Urban, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Football and baseball locks all weekend long from LT. Lance'sLock.com is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services there. If you're looking for a team that will fix it right, and fix it the first time, that has always been Hemp Hill since 1954, the name that Birmingham has trusted. Adam and Chad keeps going with that gold medal performance of fixing it right the first time, and fixing it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemp Hill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Pull up the Colorado graphic real quick. Carl Durrell could be the next coach fired. Historically bad start to this season. From the research of Brian Howell there, the list of Power 5 teams that have started a season with 4 consecutive losses by 25-plus points are listed right there.
Oh, my gosh.
1893 Tennessee, 1921 UCLA, 1932 Louisville, 1950 Virginia Tech, 1957 Indiana, and 2022 Colorado.
That is incredible.
Did he start his research on Saturday and just finished it? I mean, how do you find that?
I don't know, but that's pretty incredible when you consider. I mean, it has not happened since 1957. I mean, I would wouldn't call that modern day football. Would you call 1957 modern day football?
No, modern day football now starts in 50 years ago. What is that, 1980? 1978?
I think we considered the
82?
78 the FCS-FBS split.
78?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Carl Durrell, I remember he had that 10-2 year where Mercedes Lewis was his tight end. Maurice Jones-Drew was the running back. That was a good team. And then he had a bunch of average teams at UCLA, and this has just been disastrous in Colorado.
They're at Arizona Saturday night. It's Pac-12 Network. I will not use a free pass to watch that one.
Yeah.
I got to see it ending there, right? Arizona's improved, but do you think they're going to beat Colorado by 25?
I don't know. I don't know. But it already tied that record, chance to break it there. A couple of other things to get to. One more great sponsor to tell you about. That's the great folks at Crocker Moving Services. CrockerMovingServices.com. Whether you're moving right now or whether you're moving next spring or over the holidays, whenever it is, remember the name Crocker Moving Services. Eric Crocker is the owner. He is a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He does it right, and he does it with a great mindset, a great fiber in his company there of being a veteran-owned company that hires veterans when he can. He uses made-in-American supplies and equipment whenever possible, and he does it with the best team that he can put on the field, and that's what you get with Crocker Moving Services. CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Whether it's your residential or commercial move, they'll pack up your office, they'll pack up your home, and move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out at CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Jackson Dart, big fan. LT's a big fan. Thinks the guy's turning the corner at Ole Miss. He wears a special eye black. Take a look at the look there. He wears it there. The reason, the guy to the right, Anakin Skywalker. He's a big Star Wars fan, and Anakin has a scar on his right eye, and that's why he wears his eye black that way.
I think they told the story the first time he came in against Washington State on Fox last year, but for whatever reason, I thought it was Mel Gibson and Braveheart.
Yep. One more, Kyle Pitts, Florida guy, losing a bet in the locker room in Atlanta to a Tennessee guy. Has to come out. The Gator has to wear the checkerboard overalls to pay off the bet. So Colt McCoy, Kyle Pitts, making some college bets and paying them off in the locker room this weekend. I bet they have fun watching college football in the facilities or on the road on Saturdays.
Boy, those overalls, though.
Oh, that's terrible.
Such a bad look when they do that in the Tennessee. I don't know how they. Well, I guess
better overalls, those or the Aggie overalls?
Those.
Yeah, you hate everything Texas A&M.
I
don't
really
you?
do. I hate everything about that stupid tradition.
All right, we are back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. Glad to have everybody on the show today. Show number 300 in the books. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now starts on a Friday, a football Friday, as you guys are celebrating already over in the chat room as you watch us on all our video platforms, whether it's on Twitch or in Facebook or Twitter or, of course, on YouTube. Hit those thumbs up buttons, like and subscribe wherever you are. And if you're with us on the audio platforms, we hope to entertain you over the next 4 hours as we get ready for another big football night. Henry Toa, Alabama's linebacker, will join us in the very next segment. We look forward to talking to him about Alabama's trip to Arkansas as they jump a plane and go to the Northwest Arkansas region in Fayetteville for what will be a readout game. Later, Peter Burns from the SEC Network will be with us. We'll talk to Tyler Watson studio about that Alabama-Arkansas game. But we start the show with what everyone was talking about last night, the injury to former Alabama linebacker Tua Tagovailoa. As his head bounced off the turf there in Cincinnati. The Dolphins lose the game. He was stretchered off the field. The good news after the game was he checked out okay at the hospital and flew home with the team. That's what happened last night in the National Football League. And, Brownie, you're a Dolphins fan, so I'll start with you. The concerns, anytime you see a player leave the field on a stretcher, it seems to impact both sides, and the stadium was chanting for Tua to be okay, the visiting crowd.
You know, there's a lot from that, obviously. One of the things I have never understood is how players can go on playing after seeing something like that. I mean, a game gets stopped for 4 or 5 minutes. It's just dead silence. You're watching a guy lay motionless on the field. In Tua's case, you know, what they call I think it's called the fencing syndrome that you saw there immediately, which was super scary. I just don't know how you go on, man. I don't know how, if you're Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle or T. Higgins or Jamar Chase, you run a slant over the middle knowing a linebacker or a safety could decleat you. I just don't know how you keep doing it, man. It's wild that they can just compartmentalize that and play a game after that. Because as a fan, and I'm a Dolphins fan, and we're off to this great start, you know, the Dolphins continue to play okay after that. I just could barely even – I mean, the game just felt hollow to me. Like, I just never – I was all excited at first, and Tua looked good on that first drive, and our defense had made some stands, and I felt like Miami was playing the better of the two games. I'm like, my gosh, we might be 4-0 here. After that injury, it was just, I watched the game, but it was just hollow.
Man, and Mike McDaniel said after the game that there were no symptoms. There's no way, if he's head coach, that he's going to let anybody play that's in concussion protocol. But you just wonder, I mean, Skylar Thompson was active for the first time this year, the number 3 quarterback.
Yep.
And it's almost like they knew Tua was going to get injured.
Well, I mean, he had other injuries. Yeah.
That's right. I mean, he
had a back injury and ankle injury. I mean, he's banged up, as he always is. So, I mean, I think the only move was they had to have 3 quarterbacks with all of his injuries.
And Bridgewater didn't play bad.
No, he didn't until that interception. Yeah,
yeah,
that one interception where Miami's driving. You know, Bridgewater's a good quarterback. That's why they've got him, Lance. They went and got him in free agency because they knew Tua's an injury-prone quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to have a good backup.
You know, on our Bud Light game night, we talked about it last night.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy that went 7-0 when Drew Brees went down a couple of years ago in New Orleans. I mean, he is a quality backup, one of the best backups in the league. You know, we talked about it a little bit. I thought Joe Burrow was good last night, not great.
I thought he was a little bit off. I mean, he was good late, but through most of that, the first drive he looked okay, and at the end he looked okay. In between that, Burrow looked off a little bit to me.
You just wonder.
He had that one big play to T. Higgins.
Yeah, T. Higgins had a great night.
Yeah.
7, I think, for 124 and a touchdown. But you wonder if Burrow has really lost confidence in that offensive line and if it's affecting him a little bit.
Well, I mean, he is under pressure a lot. It seems like he's not able to keep his eyes downfield like he did last year. The Tua injury, though, is something that now everyone, the NFLPA, was on social media last night, you know, questioning the Dolphins protocol again, trumpeting that there's an ongoing investigation and why he was even allowed to come back into the game last week or play again this week. But the Dolphins continue to say he cleared protocol last week and made it into the game. If I'm not mistaken, there are non-biased NFL doctors at each stadium that handles the.
You're not mistaken. The NFL.
It's the NFL doctors,
That's right.
not the Dolphins trainers, not the other teams trainers.
The team doctors don't have the call on concussions.
That's right. They don't have the
Concussions is
power.
all NFL. That's right. The NFL has to clear them. It's NFL doctors that are at the stadium for both teams. And if a guy is in concussion protocol, team doctors, they may walk him to the locker room, but the NFL takes over after that.
That's right. And I think if I'm correct about this, they fly those doctors in from other cities, so it's not even like it's a Miami area doctor that is a Dolphins fan at heart who's putting Tua back in the game or leaving a visiting person out. So it's the NFL's protocol system that the NFLPA is questioning, and that's their job, is to take care of the players. They're the union for the players. But Tua, obviously you can check yourself out of a game if you've been injured like that. He wanted to get back in, and they beat the Bills last week. He wanted to play this week. He made the road trip up. He was questionable. They practiced. Bridgewater got first team reps all week long, but Tua felt good enough to play, and he gave it a go last night. It was a different injury. His head banged off the turf, and it was a different injury last night. Just happened to be in back-to-back games. The question now becomes, do they start stacking on top of each other, and is there a long-term effect for Tua? And, there were some last night, Brown, you not joked about it, we discussed it earlier, how quickly some people were starting to wonder, is Tua's career over?
No, I mean, I saw people discussing
that
line. People were texting me that last night, like, I think we may have seen the last of him. You don't know that. I mean, it's just speculation at this point. I mean, the guy was discharged from the hospital and flew back with the team last night.
Yeah,
so.
I think that is far-fetched to believe.
Yeah.
Now, I do think the landmine was in full effect last night on both sides.
Probably so.
Yeah.
The people are saying things like, do you buy that he was concussed last week? I don't. What would be the NFL's motivation to clear him to go back in the game? I mean, again, it's not the Dolphins, it's the NFL, and they do 2 concussion tests, and he cleared both of them. Is what the NFL said. So you got to give me the motivation. If the NFL is going to do this, grand conspiracy to put Tua back in a Week 3 game against the Bills, you got to give me the motivation for that. What would be the motivation?
It is odd, though, that, 2 injuries like that. But, I mean, you saw him. I mean, you saw his head hit the turf on both instances.
Yeah, one was ruled a back injury. This one is clearly a concussion. I mean, there's no argument about this one. But, again, if you want to believe the first one was a concussion, you've got every right to believe that. But you've got to convince me of what is the NFL's motivation for faking a medical test and clearing him to return.
Well, he's got 10 days until you guys play at the Jets. Gut feel.
I wouldn't think you see Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah. It seems like now,
with for nothing else, social pressure.
Yeah, back-to-back weeks of injuries, he may just want to take a beat himself and get 100% right before he plays football again. But again, really good news last night that he cleared all the Cincinnati Medical Center, where the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, where he was taken about 10 minutes away to go through the complete checks. Was on the field for about 10 minutes, stretchered off. They removed the face mask. You talked about the muscle spasms that has his hands locked up in that position. That's always a scary sign. So just good news coming out from the Dolphins that he did fly back with the team last night.
People in the chat room are saying, Brownie couldn't walk. I saw it. I was watching the game, obviously. They said that was a back injury that caused his legs to buckle. It certainly, when his head hit the turf in the first game, everybody assumed it was that. But, again, my point is, at that point, he goes to the locker room and the NFL takes over. So you got to give me the motivation. And people are saying the motivation is money. I mean,
the NFL is getting their money whether Tua's playing or Teddy's playing.
You really think a Week 3 game against the Bills is going to be the thing that the NFL is like, God, we got to have this.
Yeah,
TV deals are up in 8 years. We need this.
I could believe conspiracy theory if this was a Super Bowl.
Yeah, okay,
but an AFC championship.
Yeah, but a Week 3 game against the Bills.
If anybody's ever had their back lock up before, you drop to your knees like that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've ever had your back lock up before.
Tiger Woods did it on the golf course one time. Could barely walk
off. But it
off.
did look like a head injury.
Well,
it looked like one, but again, it was the NFL went and looked at it and said it wasn't. So.
Because we always think it's a head injury now because we've spent so much time educating ourselves on head injuries over the last decade. We just instantly think when you stand up after being hit as a quarterback and you go to your knees, he's concussed. He's like a boxer. Just the instinct brings you up to your feet, and then you drop down and you get a standing 8 count or the fight's over. Last night was scary. Tua makes the makes it out of the hospital, flies back with Miami, which is all good signs, and we'll follow it on from there. Part of our show today, if you're heading to the stadium for football this weekend, wardrobe's always important. Weather, temperatures starting to change. Get the best gear you can from our friends at the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Go online to pantstore.com, and check out everything they have to offer, a location that's near you, or you can order and get it shipped to you. Pantstore.com, a great shipping process there for you. You can follow them on social media to check out the latest designs at Pants Store on all the social media sites. Game day hats, the Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos, Antigua, Taylor & Mick, Johnny O. Gentile, all the name brands you recognize for stadium gear, including the gear for the women, women's fashions for your favorite team as well, right there at the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and right now in Hoover, and just opened down in Auburn, Alabama. Henry To'oTo'o. In the next segment, we had college football last night where South Carolina beat South Carolina State like they were supposed to, 50-10. Alarming, though, that the second play of the game was another Spencer Rattler interception. So we'll talk more about South Carolina down the road when they are back in SEC play, but they seem to be struggling. And then BYU handled a bad Utah State team last night as well and looked dominant in doing that in the second half.
Yeah, but BYU's defense is not where I thought it would be. And again, Tyler Algier, their running back that went over 1,000 yards, now playing with the Falcons. They just don't have a lot of balance on offense. Hall is a really good quarterback who continues to get better, but the defense for BYU kind of scares me. That Utah State team, as you said, is not good.
I thought this would be a blowout.
Yeah, I think BYU's got some more losses coming up.
I do too. I thought this was a team that could potentially go undefeated and contend for the college football playoff. They're far from that. Yeah, that was a game that should have been a blowout. Utah State is no good.
Yeah.
And I know you've got in-state. There's probably a little bit of little brother syndrome with Utah State playing a school like BYU. So I get that they're going to play up a little bit. That was a much closer game than it should be.
A really interesting Friday night of football that includes Tulane, who had a great win a couple of weeks ago over Kansas State on the road at disappointing Houston, right? 6 o'clock on ESPN. A game that is sneaky good. If you don't watch it, you're going to be missing maybe the best game of the night. UTSA in Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee fresh off the win over Miami, battling the team that won Conference USA last year. And we talk about the Roadrunners all the time. That's 6:30 on the CBS Sports Network.
Yeah, look, I think there's 3 really good games tonight. Let me go back to Houston and Tulane. Dana Holgorsen is saying all the wrong things. Tired of yelling at them, tired of motivating them, tired of all that crap.
Yeah.
They were number 24 to start the season. They beat that UTSA team in triple overtime. So they moved up a little bit in the polls, or actually they fell out of the polls, didn't they?
They did.
And they hadn't been back. They're 2-2. And you look at Tulane, 3-1 for the first time since 2019. They've gone on the road to Manhattan, beaten Kansas State. They haven't given up more than 336 yards in a game. Dangerous game for Houston. Houston only a 2.5-point favorite here.
Well, what is Dana tired of doing again? Say all of that?
Tired of yelling at them, tired of motivating them, tired of all that crap. And we're only 4 games in. And you remember it was 2 years ago where, you had quarterback and receiver tapped out after 4 games.
I mean, if I work at a fast oil place, tired of changing oils, tired of changing filters, tired of all that crap. That's my job. That's what they're paying me to do. Dana, if you're tired of it, stop taking the millions of dollars and go do something else.
Or recruit different players. One of the two.
If you're tired of it, go do something else.
It's really strange. I like Dana Holgorsen, but I really question how good of a coach he is.
Dunaway nailed this a couple of weeks ago. The guy seems to spend so much time worrying about things that aren't actually X's and O's.
Yep.
He's like always talking about something. What was it with San Antonio?
Noise being
piped in crowd noise.
Fake noise being piped in at the Alamo
being
Dome.
piped in at the Alamo Dome. In the game here in Birmingham, it was the press conference is taking too long. Now he's talking about stuff that he, as a coach, should be handling. I don't know. It just seems like this guy's always yapping about stuff, and he's never producing what he should produce.
Yeah, I really worried about him. He really fell off, higher in my coaching list here in Birmingham. I mean, just do the X's and O's, dude. You're playing a local team. It's going to be a longer news conference for the local team with local media, Auburn, after a loss, than it's going to be normally for you. waiting in a bowl game to go in there. Just have a Pepsi and a smile, dude. Sit back and wait and get up there and don't gripe about it. Then he's griping about crowd noise. The guy's got a little. He's lost his way a little bit.
Needs to worry about wins instead of these losses that are mounting up for Houston. To Middle Tennessee State, though, coming off that huge loss or huge win against Miami, Chase Cunningham was great. On the other side, you got Frank Harris. Good quarterback battle there. That'll be a really good game.
Yep.
I lean UTSA right now.
And then your third game tonight, is it Washington and UCLA?
Yeah, you've got 3 undefeateds now in the Pac-12. USC and Washington and UCLA. So obviously one of those will go down tonight. But Washington, a skinny favorite here. And again, good quarterback game. Michael Penix Jr. is leading the nation in passing over Will Rogers. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, a guy that has been in Chip Kelly's system forever. UCLA's been a little disappointing. I mean, they're undefeated, but their wins haven't been impressive.
I've been impressed with what Kalen DeBoer has done so far. I've watched them a couple times. That's a good, solid squad.
And not a bad helmet game in San Diego State and Boise State, two teams that aren't having the type of years they've gotten used to. 7 o'clock on FS1, so 4 good ones tonight in college football. A little bit more here in our opening segment before we turn to Henry To'oTo'o after LT tells us about our friend Dr. B.
Yeah, I got to see Dr. B yesterday. Look, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on the genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting. Went over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help the thickness and health of my hair. Again, went in yesterday. They did the diagnosis, and I'm going to get the results back here in the next couple of weeks. It's looking good, though. If you're thinking about getting a consultation, call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Looking good. Feeling good, Morty. What movie was that?
I mean, with that reenactment, I can't believe we don't know.
I don't know.
Looking good.
Looking good. Looking good, Morty. Wasn't that Trading Places?
Trading Places.
Mortimer.
Looking good, Mortimer.
Who was the other guy? Mortimer, and I can't remember the other
Don
one.
Amici and I don't know. Good movie, though.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there was at one point in it was like, looking good. Feeling good, Mortimer. Yeah. It's a great reenactment.
Did you ever
like I'm watching it.
Did you ever think Jamie Lee Curtis looked good?
In that movie, yeah.
True
never
Lies.
did.
Good breast.
True Lies was the closest she's ever been.
Oh,
yeah, but that was a
better
body
there.
double, wasn't it?
No.
Yeah, I think it was.
No.
Well, you shut
See
up,
the
LT.
new trailer for the new Halloween movie. By the way, it ends. This is the one where it ends.
Oh, this is the last Halloween.
Yeah, this
Hope
is the
she
last
gets
one.
decapitated. They need to be done with it.
No, she looks really good in this trailer.
Yeah, she does not, by the way.
Yeah, Lewis.
You're being sarcastic.
Normally he is.
Lewis Winthrop III. Yes. Looking good, Mortimer. Feeling good, Louis.
Billy Ray Valentine. He took over that pad, didn't he?
He did, man. He did. He
think
didn't like it when all his friends started spilling stuff on his new furniture.
So when he first
Get out of here.
He first went into Saturday Night Live. I think he was 19 years old.
Eddie Murphy was 19.
Yeah, and
wow.
Lorne Michaels said he took it over, and just there was no fear at all, and just went in. And I think 2 years later is when he got Trading Places, and I think Trading Places was his first big payday. I think he was 21 when he did that movie.
Man.
Also tonight starts Mets and Braves in Atlanta, where the Mets, with 6 games to play, leads by one. So interesting matchup there for Mets and Braves this weekend as we wind down the baseball season. You Braves fans will be watching that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as we'll see if there's a change at the top of the National League East or if the Mets can finish off Atlanta to lock Atlanta into the wild card. All right, Henry To'oTo'o, Alabama linebacker, joins us in the next segment. Part of the show today being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, or maybe you want to go back to school, maybe you want to do it remotely, you want to do it in person, Montevallo can do it all for you. See what they offer at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. I will tell you, unbelievable college athletics, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports there. If your son or daughter is interested in continuing their career, Montevallo is a great choice. Also, the great campus life, fraternities, sororities, wonderful buildings there to live in, and new buildings going up in theater, business, broadcasting. It's all at the University of Montevallo. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. This is the Next Round. More college football coming up today, and the Pick 3 is open right now at nextroundlive.com. If you want to go play, nextroundlive.com. Pick 3 brought to you by B-Dubs, our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. Back in a second.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigby.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
New York Butcher Shop steak bet last night, a loser for me with the Dolphins as the Bengals get the win. A lot more college football happening tonight, and then a fantastic weekend. A lot of great conference games, including several here in the SEC. That includes Alabama on the road at Arkansas.
We will talk with Henry To'oto'o about that on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride before you ever take that first drink. Make sure you have a plan. Decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you of that. Henry To'oto'o joins us now from over in Tuscaloosa. What's up, Henry? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Do you get excited about road games? I know there's been a lot of talk about Nick Saban wanting his team to be hateful competitors and clean out a stadium. How exciting is a road game for you?
No, I'm super excited. Every road game you got, you walk in there, everybody hates you. Everybody's booing you. They saying crazy stuff. They're trying to disrespect you. So it's definitely, one of those fun times to be able to go in there and, shut out, almost 80,000 to 100,000 people.
Hey, let me go back real quick to Vanderbilt. 55-3, your defense only gives up 129 yards, only 9 first downs for Vanderbilt. The offense, Bryce was flawless, 385 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. Was that the most complete game you guys have played all year?
I would say so. So far, the past 4 games that we played, just the mental intensity that we had, just being able to come out and compete for all 4 quarters and just being on the same page. And, of course, I'm always saying there's little stuff that we can fix, little stuff that we can change here and there and be locked in. But definitely felt good about that game. Definitely took some lessons and some good lessons, some bad lessons from it. And just try to carry that on from the season out. So that was definitely, a good thing to see.
When you look at Raheem Sanders in that entire Arkansas running game, is there some comparison that you can make to how you guys approach the game with Bijan Robinson in Texas? Some of the same things you've got to sort of do in this game that you were successful at doing in Austin?
Yeah, man. I mean, Bijan Robinson was one of those great running backs. Probably the best back that I've seen so far. But not saying nothing bad about Arkansas and their running game. They try to play smash mouth football too. So definitely trying to carry that same mentality from the past games and bring it on to this game. So they have a great running game. All 3 of their backs, they do a great job of coming downhill. Their O-line is great. Just playing good gap integrity defense is one of the huge things for us and what we've been harping on and gang tackling. So they try to fight for extra yards and we gang tackle and try to get that ball out. So, it's definitely going to be a huge challenge. I'm super excited for it. As a linebacker, these are the kind of games you live for. These definitely the kind of games you live for. It's people that try to run the ball, those are the kind of games you want to play in.
Henry To'oto'o with us. He's our guest on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the Next Round, presented by Bud Light. Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you, decide to ride. Make a plan before you even have that first drink and decide to ride. That's a reminder from Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. This is going, Henry, to be a red out. Do you even notice that stuff from the field? I know Nick Saban will call it an external factor. Does the red out affect a player?
I mean, it just gives you that more of the a reason why to shut everybody out. I ain't gonna lie. It gives you that extra juice. I mean, you notice it when you run out to the field. It's honestly for me, it's actually exciting to see. Being able to see a red out and then probably hopefully at the end of the game you see nothing but stands. So that's definitely exciting to see. I'm super excited. Their fan base is great, and I expect a loud, hard-hitting game.
I would make the point, you guys play every week in a stadium that is full of crimson, so I'm not really sure how a red out is going to affect Alabama.
No, yeah. We're so used to seeing that crimson. We'll be all right. We'll be good.
So KJ Jefferson, obviously a quarterback that can do a lot of different things. When you look at him physically, guy's 250 pounds legitimately. Is that one of those quarterbacks you hit low?
he's one of those quarterbacks you got to gang tackle and definitely got to hit low. You gotta give him your best shot. And you know, anybody that big, that physical, coming downhill like that, you know, you gotta throw your whole body in there and try to bring him down. So, you know, we played him last year, and he was kind of the same dude last year. But you know, he definitely could throw the ball now. He always could throw the ball, but definitely could throw the ball deep. You know, he knows where the ball's supposed to go. But in the running game, definitely got to gang tackle him. He's big, fast, you know, and physical.
What has been, you think, the trend that everyone is talking about now with you guys on the road? Has there been something that has changed in the locker room for you guys on these road games that maybe used to not be there for Alabama when they were so dominant on the road? Is the competition just better? How do you explain the close games or the loss on the road? And that's something everyone seems to be talking about now. Do you guys hear that discussion?
Yeah. You know, honestly, for us, it's the mindset. It's the Alabama standard that's been built here, and I think that bringing that mindset back was the biggest thing for us. You know, there's gonna be competition every single week. There's gonna be, you know, good play calls every single week no matter what team you play against. But you know, that standard of Alabama, you know, going on the road, beating people on the road, clearing the stadium on the road, having your backs against the wall. And just playing like it's your home stadium. So we're trying to make their stadium our stadium, being able to, you know, take advantage of that. But it's the mindset. You know, Alabama has a standard, and they built that, and, you know, we got to bring that standard back.
Favorite dinner spot in Tuscaloosa?
Metro Diner.
Oh, Metro Diner. They do breakfast all the time, though. Do you get breakfast there?
I definitely get breakfast there. I go there almost every Sunday.
Right.
Yep. Every Sunday I go to Metro Diner.
So if you go for dinner, though, do you get breakfast for dinner?
Definitely, 100%. I get the breakfast burger.
The breakfast burger? What is on that? That's a burger with a fried egg. What else is on it?
Fried egg, and then they put this little creamer thing on there with hash browns. They put the hash browns in the burger.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Something crazy, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. And then you get, I tell them to put some avocado in there, and then I'm set. I'm good.
That sounds great.
DJ Dell said you're a genius. So if the day after tomorrow is 4 days before Monday, what is today?
All right, next question.
Today is Friday, Henry. It's Friday.
Yes, I don't even know what the answer was to that. I spent it online. Henry, enjoy your trip to Arkansas. We'll talk with you next week. Thank you for the time.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
You got caught up in the clutter then, Henry. Got to look through the clutter. Today's always Friday. See you, man.
Henry To'oto'o with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com. It is the next round presented by Bud Light. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you to decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a plan. Decide to ride from Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light.
That guy always smiles.
I like Henry, man.
I do too, man.
It's a good time. Our buddy Brian, who has been listened to us all those years over on radio, and he made the jump over here with us, 301 shows or 291 shows ago, whatever the date is, 301 shows ago, and he sent this to us yesterday. I have no context for this. Rockstar, it's cut 13. I'll need sound up so you can hear it. It's just a guy at one of those shows, I would assume, that we used to go to that had a trout pond and,
Barney Fife impersonator.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Rockstar does it better than anybody.
So, or maybe it's an aquarium, I don't know. But the guy's blindfold, he's holding a fish. Don't play it, just set it so we can see the scene. Now, there are big fish swimming around in there. I don't know what kind, no context here, but he wanted this to be in trash, but I didn't think it could fit in trash because we didn't have any details. It's just worth the video. Go sound up here.
Oh, it knocked him out.
He is flat out knocked out.
Someone get him.
The best is tap on the glass. If I pass out, tap on the
That'll
glass.
do it.
You got to tap on the glass.
Yeah.
Don't come
I
and
love
get me.
nobody's jumping in after. Is that all we've got? Do we have the aftermath?
Yeah, I mean, do we even know? We went straight to Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Which,
Wow. That's amazing that close that could do that much damage.
I love Rex. Somebody just starts tapping on the glass.
Hey, buddy.
You're knocked out. Hey, that happened to Nick Saban. Do you remember that story?
Yeah, on the dock.
Yeah, he almost died.
Yeah, but this dude has got a mask on with bait in his mouth.
Yeah, I don't know what the crap this guy's doing. Nick Saban was trying to fix a Sea-Doo or something.
What's the point of the mask?
Well,
it was blindfolded. He was blindfolded.
No, I get that, but why?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if you know this. I've got zero details except it was a great video.
What state was it in?
There are a lot of
off everyone.
There are a lot of elements of that video that are questionable. That is one of them. Yeah. Why has he got a mask on? Why is he holding bait in his mouth? Why is he leaned over a trout pine?
Yeah. Why are they allowing him to do that?
Why are they allowing him to do that? Why did nobody jump in to get him? Yes.
Did they know it was going to happen because they were filming it? Is it really true? Was he really knocked out?
I think it's hard to pretend that one.
Well, and that would be hard to get that fish to be able to do that.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's not a trained fish there, Dunaway.
Yeah.
I can't believe that fish hits with that kind of force.
No.
Patrick says the mask was for protection, LT. Where have you been the last 2 years?
His eyes are not getting COVID.
S Money says it's staged video and pretty old. I don't know how you stage that.
I don't think you could stage that. That fish.
Let me see it one more time, Rockies. I want to see how he falls over.
Well, he's really good at faking limp. He's really good at faking limp. I'll go ahead and tell you.
Yeah, but I don't know how you would stage this.
Well, I mean, you know the fish is going to do it. It's a trick.
I don't know, maybe.
No, the reaction's too genuine. The reaction's too genuine.
I don't know.
Professional Lunsford, your mic is hot.
He's sitting there, and he gets in the tank. They're tapping in. And then about 5 seconds later, he pops up and says, "No, I'm just kidding," and gets out of the tank.
Oh, okay.
I'm sitting there watching it right now.
All right.
Okay. It's also from 18 months ago, too.
Yeah.
But,
way to go, Brian. Way not to send us the whole video.
Yeah, why didn't you do your research on this, Jim? All you had to do was ask Lunsford.
Hey, just do it out there really quick, Lunsford. Yeah. Does Lunsford get our sheets before we come on the show today?
He does not.
All these producers.
Oh, wow.
A lot of people driving. A lot of people driving the ship today.
Scott, can you give me cut number 13, even though I'm going to get it?
It was not always fault, everybody.
Hey, before we go to the phones, Scott's standing by. Before we do that, let me tell you about the great folks at Backyard Adventure. If you're wanting to have good times away from a pond where a fish that can, fake knock you out, and just have a good old-fashioned good time in the backyard with your son or daughter, then Backyard Adventures can help you out. BackyardAlabama.com is the website, BackyardAlabama.com. Or you can call them up, 205-408-4FUN, 408-4386. We talk all the time about how valuable that quality time with your kids are, and it's a fleeting moment. Childhood, it seems like it could last a long, long time, but before you know it, they're driving or they're off in college, and that backyard gets a little lonely sometime. Backyard Adventures can fill it up with great memories right now, not only with the backyard playground, but also the alley-oop trampolines and the goal setter basketball goals. Quality, 100% cedar on the playground. They'll set them up. They'll tear them down when you're done with them. They maintain them with the maintenance program. They'll landscape your backyard. A 3D designer that'll help design the perfect playground for your kids. And it's all right there. Wonderful customer service with our friends at Backyard Solutions. The website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN. And you can order now and have them there in time for Christmas or for next spring and summer. Scott's next with us down in Millbrook. What's up, Scott?
Hi, what's going on? Y'all doing all right this morning?
Good, Scott. How you, buddy?
Oh, pretty good. I got 2 things I want to go over real quick with y'all. Auburn, we know Harson's we all know he's going to get let go. So who would you rather want, Matt Rule or Matt Campbell?
I would rather have Matt Rule.
I don't think you can go wrong with either one of those guys. I think I would go Matt Rule as well.
I've just seen Matt Rule do it at multiple places. I like Matt Campbell a lot, and Iowa State's one of the more difficult jobs in the Power 5. But Matt Rule, to be able to do it at Temple, do it at Baylor, just everywhere he went college-wise, he had success.
The thing about both of them is, aside best college job, both of them would be getting the best college job they've ever had, which, would be because you've seen them both have to build awful college jobs into something.
Temple, Baylor after Art Briles, and Iowa State, which was never
just
good.
Awful college jobs, 3 of them in this group combined.
So my other thing real quick, is going to sound corny, but I wanted to say thank y'all for last year when y'all started your podcast and you were on YouTube. I would watch y'all every morning when y'all come on, I'd sit on my back porch. I got diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma last year, and y'all would take my mind off of it for several hours. And y'all rock star, everybody, y'all take my mind off of it, before I'd have to go do radiation. And it was just a big help, and I just wanted to tell y'all thank y'all.
How are you? How are you, Scott?
I'm doing good. I'm in remission.
Oh, that's awesome.
Still go do blood work every 3 months. I got to do that for like 2 years. But yeah, I'm in remission. Praise the Lord. Good, right now, good to go, but who knows? I mean, from day to day.
You just made our day, man.
Yeah,
I mean, that means so much.
I legit, Dunaway will tell you. You can see it. I got chill bumps from you saying that. Nothing at all corny about that. I can't tell you how much we appreciate you telling us that.
And, we sit up here and laugh all the time, having a good time, and we always hope it resonates into other people's lives. So thank you for sharing that with us, Scott.
It definitely did. It definitely did. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good
Hey,
Friday.
You too, buddy. Keep us posted, too, all right? Let us hear from you.
All right.
All right, man. Yeah, that's awesome.
When you talk about Matt Campbell, though, to Scott's first question there was, he's a loyal guy. He had a chance to have the Lions job. He had a chance to have other college jobs along the way.
You heard about possibly the Bears.
Yeah, so there is something for an Auburn fan that if you got a guy like Matt Campbell, you don't feel like you'd ever have to be looking over your shoulder. Like he would come there and he would be an Auburn man for a long, long, long time.
Yeah, well, as you say that, I don't know if he would leave Iowa State. Again, he's had opportunities. He's got kids, I think, in high school locally. I think he loves Ames.
He's got to be a lifer there if he stays, right? I don't think they would ever fire the guy. Look, probably build a statue for him.
I think they get a win this week in Lawrence over Kansas.
Haley writes in for Scott.
Well, Kansas is undefeated.
I know. We're talking about it's going to be a big win against Kansas. I know.
Haley writes in and says, from one cancer survivor to another, so glad you're doing well, Scott. God is so good. And Brett sending his love for Scott. Keep fighting, Scott. Everybody in the chat room cheering for you over there, Scott. So thank you for sharing that message today. Thank you guys for being with us. Hit the thumbs up button as we move throughout the show. Top of the hour, we'll get to the pick 3, 4 downs when we come back. Part of the show right now being brought to you by the great folks at Champions Boxing. If you're looking for a wonderful way to get in shape, always remember Champions Boxing from this point moving forward. They're great folks. Highway 119, Highway 31, behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. This is a great, different way to train. Maybe you want to mix it in with your normal weightlifting, elliptical, that kind of stuff training. Spend a couple of days in the gym over at Champions Boxing. Highway 119, Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion. It's a USA Boxing certified gym with 6 USA Boxing certified trainers, ages 7 and up. It's not a fight club. You can check them out on Facebook at Champions Boxing AL, or just stop by and see them, or call them up, 205-358-8176. It's Champions Boxing. Back in a moment.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
I knew I loved Bobby for some reason. He's kicked back on his sofa right now, knocking down his second bowl of Captain Crunch.
I ate some last night, Captain Crunch and Crunch Berries.
Oh, wow. I like the OG, the original.
Halftime of the Dolphins game.
Do you remember when the machine broke and it did only all berries?
Yeah, I know.
They had packaging for it, though.
I kind of like to have the Captain Crunch in there, though. I don't like the all berries.
Yeah, I don't either.
I like
the Captain Crunch, the only thing, it will tear your mouth apart.
It does. You got to be careful how you eat it. I'm an experienced pro.
Cookie Crisp the same way.
Yeah, we've got Cookie Crisp in the pantry as well.
Boy,
my little one, picked it out at the store the other day.
It is good having, what is she, 6 or 7
She's
now?
8.
8? Already 8?
Already 8, man.
My goodness.
Time flies.
You need a backyard adventure.
Seriously.
I do,
Time is flying by.
It is. Still time. You still got time.
I know.
Yeah, Gord's in high school, right? You wish.
Is that 3rd grade?
She's in 3rd grade, yeah.
Unbelievable.
I have a senior in high school and a 3rd grader. A little bit of a split there.
Wow.
I thought you two were married.
I only get the kids on weekends.
You have a daughter?
Crocker Moving Services will help you move anywhere in the continental United States, whether it's your home or your business, residential and commercial moving, and they'll even pack up your office or your home, which is a fantastic service that Eric Crocker and his team will do for you. Eric, the owner of Crocker Moving Services, is a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War, just a great guy who has put together the perfect moving company. See everything they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. CrockerMovingServices.com. Crichton.com. Listen, it is a pain in you know what to move, even just down the street. Let Eric and his team take care of you. Drew is his operations manager. They have a combined 35 years of moving experience. Drew was Eric's crew leader on his first day in the moving industry back in 2005. They've been together ever since. And being a veteran-owned company, they use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible. Check out that move when it's time, whether it's right now, this holiday season, next spring or summer. CrockerMovingServices.com. Brown.
No, I was going to say, Patrick said, your dad died, right?
Yeah. No, my brother at all.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway.
Tua flies back with Miami last night after the injury. Bengals win it 27-15. We just talked to Henry Toa, who said, hey, linebackers love this kind of game where Arkansas is going to try to run it at Alabama. By the way, Alabama's won 15 straight. You've heard that, by an average of 26 points a game. Now, last year brought that average down a little bit because Arkansas played them close, but this has been one of those rivalries, or one of those series, not rivalries, that Alabama has won every time with Nick Saban, and oftentimes it has not been close.
Well, they could not put Arkansas away last year. Alabama's offense did fine in that game, but they just could not put Arkansas away. Now, Treylon Burks had a lot to do with that. It felt like he had 1,000 receiving yards in that game.
Yeah, and Henry talked about Bijan Robinson, one of the best backs he's ever seen. So, I would say I can't wait to see Arkansas's rushing attack against this defense. We've kind of already seen that. Again, I was high on Arkansas earlier this week. I'm not so sure now.
What's changed?
I think for the first time, I don't know about you guys, it really has gotten more magnified this week that Alabama has struggled on the road so much recently.
So you think they're hearing enough of that?
I think they're hearing enough of it. When you look at their last 5 outings, he had a straight-up loss to Texas A&M, and the other 4 outside of Mississippi State was a 40-point win. The other 3 were decided by 3 or less.
And when I asked Henry about it, he didn't flinch at the question. It sounded like he'd heard it several times this week.
I think, and it's Nick Saban is the best at messaging internally to his team, and I think that could be something this weekend.
So all week long now, you've never said Arkansas is going to win it, but you like the Arkansas minus or plus the 17.
Yeah, I might be laying the 17.
Look out. It has changed.
I'm starting to get a feeling that's read out. I mean, everything, and people are talking about potential upset.
Yep. Potential upset is in the tables. Let's do our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Rockstar?
4 great locations, including a new location possibly coming very soon to Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Dunaway's got more papers over here, Jimbo Fisher. You haven't found the 4 downs. I'm sorry.
Biggest point spread win this weekend. USC over Arizona State or Penn State over Northwestern?
I will go USC. Arizona State is in a
they're reeling a little bit.
Yeah, they're in a downward spiral right now, and USC is minus 25.5. They're at home. This is one of those opportunities after the offense being so stagnant against Oregon State. Lincoln Riley will want to come out, and he'll run it up if he gets an opportunity. So I could see USC win this game by 40 points.
And without the head coach there, you don't know what the offensive play calling is going to be. An opportunity for USC's defense to continue what's been an amazing run. I think 11 interceptions.
I think, though, the Penn State-Northwestern game, too, you got 2 teams that are going to run the football. That's going to shorten that game a little bit, probably limit scoring some. So I'm with Lance. I think I'll go USC.
Second down.
More likely to flop this weekend, Brian Kelly on the road at Auburn or Luke Fickell on the road at Tulsa?
I would say Luke Fickell on the road at Tulsa. I don't think Tulsa's that bad a football team. That's a tough place to go play. Tulsa, a really good Cincinnati team last year that went to the playoffs, had to do everything in their power to beat Tulsa in Cincinnati last year.
Yeah, and Tulsa's covered 3 straight against this team. They're 13-2 against the number of their last 15 as a dog. And right now Cincinnati's minus 10.5. I wouldn't be shocked at all. Tulsa should have won the game last year.
Yep.
Third down.
Total yards, best game tonight. Michael Penix Jr. or Dorian Thompson-Robinson, DTR. It's Washington, UCLA tonight, both unbeaten. Who knows how many fans will be at the Rose Bowl. Total yards, who has the best night?
I'm locking UCLA tonight. That's going to be the lock, coming off 2-0 last night. College football has been great for us so far this season. I think it's Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Michael Penix Jr., you heard Luganville earlier this week. He can't believe it's the same quarterback. Kalen DeBoer, the quarterback whisperer, look, he has done a great job with him, but I think this is that road game where they get tripped up.
You telling me 7:30 on a Friday night you don't think you're going to have a good crowd at the Rose Bowl?
When you have to bust the students from
Yes.
What do you think it'll be, 25,000?
And you got to fight traffic to get from downtown L.A. after work? No.
I'll
it's
tell you, if
gonna be
I was in
an awful
L.A.
crowd.
tonight, I wouldn't be going to that game.
No. I think it'll be Penix Jr. I think it's sleepy atmosphere, Penix Jr.
He's used to that at Indiana.
Yeah.
4th down.
And finally, more pressure to win after a loss this week. Brent Venables, Steve Sarkisian, or Dave Clawson. More pressure to win this weekend.
Well, I don't think you ever have pressure at Wake Forest. So I'll completely pull them out of the equation. To me, Venables, it's still first year. Now, if he was to lose back-to-back games.
Yeah, it's going to be back-to-back conference games, too.
But Sark to lose at home as a double-digit favorite, I think this would be a awful loss for Sark.
Yeah, year 2 for him. That's the difference between he and Venables. It's year 2 for Sark. Venables might get a little grace because it's year 1, but year 2, you feel like, are we any better than we were last year?
Yeah, I mean, and it's West Virginia, right? But I mean, for Oklahoma and Venables to lose to Kansas State and TCU, not necessarily the name brands Oklahoma fans when they lose or they're used to losing to Kansas State, but not backing it up with a Horned Frog loss. That's our 4 downs brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, Grant, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. For more information, go online. They can handle anything from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more for you and your family. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, and you heard the lock. LT is locking up the free play tonight. UCLA, that's 9:30, right, on ESPN?
It is.
So you get a chance to watch that lock tonight. He likes UCLA at home tonight. It's the official lock of the day. Free for you. You can get all the plays at lanceslock.com, and they're brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team over at Hemphill want to make sure that all of your plumbing, all your cooling, and all your heating playing up to all-American levels, and they've been trusted in the Birmingham area since 1954. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price. They'll do it for you, too. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Week 5 of the college football season already. We're ready to talk about that with our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. Remember, you can go to nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com to jump in there and make your picks. If you haven't done it already, it's open all the way up until kick tomorrow morning. You select your pool, your group there of 3 games. You play those 3 games. If you go 3-0, you're a winner, and you're in the championship round at the end of the year for what I think is our best set of grand prizes ever. All that thanks to our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings, LT.
10 locations, actually now 12 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area, including those new locations, Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays. Buffalo Wild Wings. Takeout also available through that Buffalo Wild Wings app.
All right, Rockstar, hit it, man.
Pick three, it's time for the pick 3. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick 3.
All right, so let's roll through some of these games right here. We talked a little bit about Alabama and Arkansas with Henry To'oTo'o. That's in Pool LT today, in LT's pool, if you want to play that, paired with West Virginia, Texas, and the Iowa State-Kansas game. Tough little projection there. You've sort of moved all week long from Arkansas maybe to Alabama at 17.5. One key in this game is Raheem Sanders, who's got 3.9 yards after contact this year. He's even after the initial hit, you heard To'oTo'o talk about gang tackling. Hard to get him to the ground.
Well, it is, but Alabama allows an SEC low 62.5 rushing yards per game. So they've been great against the run, again, going back to what they did with Bijan Robinson in Texas, bottling him up. You mentioned Saban, 15 straight wins against Arkansas. That's another amazing streak. But they're 0-5 their last 5 road games against the number.
Wow.
Yeah, they just haven't been good in this spot. But at the same time, Arkansas, and I told you guys this earlier this week, they haven't beaten a top 5 team since 2007. 17 straight losses.
Who was that, LSU?
Oh,
I'll find it.
Yeah.
What, 2007 you said?
Yep.
So that would have been the
That sounds right, though.
Yeah. I mean, they haven't beaten Nick Saban as the Alabama coach.
Nope.
LSU would jump to mind there. They seem to have LSU's number for a while.
Yeah, that was number one LSU. That was the game we watched at Sweet Bones, Alabama, right?
No.
No. Okay. That was a 3-overtime, 50-48 win over number one LSU. You're right. They lost that game.
That was Black Friday, that game.
Yeah.
It was. So it was been Black Friday of 2007.
Wow.
That's a long time ago. Nick Saban, I didn't realize this. He's got 96 wins against ranked opponents. The next closest coach, Joe Paterno, with 86.
Joe Paterno.
Yeah.
So he's not adding any.
Yeah.
So Saban's got
96 wins against ranked opponents.
That's crazy.
You remember there was a time when Butch Jones was like in year 4 and he had yet to win a game against a ranked opponent?
Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 9, Sam Pittman. This is sort of the mindset coming off of the loss to Texas A&M for Arkansas. They've been preaching this all week. It's a big game. They planned the red out back in the summer. They sort of had planned this sort of a history game, for, as Sam Pittman likes to say, as they're making history there in Fayetteville, because it's been so long since they beat a team ranked this high. But Pittman's warning his guys about this.
Well, Alabama's, they can beat you before you ever run out on the field. Programs like that, Georgia, I don't know, in other conferences, maybe USC's that way. I don't know. Maybe Oklahoma is that way, per se, in the Big 12 or whomever it may be. But I think what happens when you play somebody close and you start having some belief that, we got a pretty good team. We can go out and not make mistakes, play well, play hard, get some turnovers, things of that nature, and you have a chance to win the game. And certainly that's where we're at now with our football team.
So do you think, and I've heard their players say this, that last year playing Alabama close in Tuscaloosa, KJ Jefferson said it showed us that we're good too. We can play on that level.
Yeah, look, I believe that Arkansas thinks going into the game tomorrow they're going to win this game. And I think Arkansas, again, this is his most talented squad. I'm just starting to just get this feel that Alabama is going to, as good as they played last week against Vanderbilt, they're going to play even better this week on the road.
Where Alabama used to be so good in these road games is it's 21-0 before you can even think about it. And you're like, everybody was fired up. Everybody wore their red, largest crowd in so-and-so stadium history. Game day was here. Great pregame ceremony. All the famous alums are back in town. National anthem. It's 21-0. Yeah, we did all this to be down 21-0. That's the way Alabama used to be when they had that road killer instinct.
Well, you guys tell me if I'm wrong here. Jahmyr Gibbs, this is a guy that Daniel Jeremiah, before we saw game 1, picked to win a Heisman Trophy. I mean, there were other people that said it outside of Daniel. Jahmyr Gibbs really hasn't gotten a ton of opportunities, and I'm just wondering if this is the week they've saved different packages and different touches for Jahmyr Gibbs. Can you guys see that?
I don't know if they've saved anything for him, but I think what you're thinking is there's going to be a game where he breaks out and has a big game. And you're like, okay, well, there's the Jahmyr Gibbs I thought I was going to get.
Well, I mean, we're through 4 games now, and he's got a total of 42 touches.
Yeah, I do believe, I'm sorry, Jim, but I do believe that.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was just turning to look at you. I was interested in what you were going to say.
Hello, Jim.
Yeah.
I do believe with a team like Alabama, Georgia is probably in that category as well. If you make a big deal about playing them, in other words, we're going to do the red out and we're going to do all these things, and I don't know that Sam Pittman's done that. I think you're playing with fire a little bit when you do that for really quality teams like Alabama and Georgia.
Well, I think the media has played with they've actually put the fire out there for Alabama this week. I really do, with this mentality of Alabama can't dominate on the road anymore. That's why I'm getting a sense.
A lot of people picking Arkansas to win up in the upset here, and a lot of national folks.
Yeah, and I just the more I look at this game, the more I think that Alabama's defense is going to dictate it. They'll force the turnovers. Again, no moment's going to be too big for Bryce. And you wonder if JoJo Earl could be a factor in this game.
Well, JoJo Earl is something I was going to bring back up, Brownie. It's like Alabama fans are waiting for these guys to come back from injury to ignite a passing game that had, Bryce had 385 passing yards last week, 11 different receivers caught balls from Bryce Young, but they seem to be waiting for those big, long touchdown passes. And they seem to think that's going to come with JoJo Earl and Harrell or whoever else comes back to this receiving corps.
Well, I think the hope for Alabama fans is those guys bring that deep threat that this offense, up until the Vandy game, had been lacking. But that's another point, Lance, in that Vandy game. And it's easy to flush it and say, oh, it was just Vandy. Statistically, Vandy's defense is better than Arkansas's. In that Vandy game, they were able to find the deep ball. And that is, you want to see a good game out of Jahmyr Gibbs, you let Alabama find a deep passing attack.
Well, I think Ja'Cory Brooks might be that guy after watching last week. And, he had that moment. You talk about guys you can trust down the stretch as far as wide receivers. Well, you go back last year, Jordan Hare. I mean, that was biggest catch for the season.
You cannot be under more pressure as an Alabama player than that play right there.
It was a great throw, but it was even a better catch.
Oh, it was a fantastic catch.
Especially to keep his feet in. LT's pool there. In the Dunaway pool, you get a couple of interesting SEC games and a local game, South Alabama and Louisiana. We won't talk much about this game, but it is weird to see South Alabama, with what Louisiana has been in recent years, to see South Alabama, an 8.5-point favorite in Mobile, to Louisiana.
Kane Womack's done a good job with South Alabama.
Actually, I think they're on the road at Louisiana.
They're on the road. Yeah. Lafayette has definitely fallen off, and you wonder, Billy Napier was going to take the Florida job to begin with, but you wonder if he knew this roster was about to flip.
He took 2 or 3 players with him, too.
That does help.
South, by all rights, probably should be 4-0.
Yeah, they should be.
And a team we were just talking about beating a top 25 team tonight is the team they had beaten in the Rose Bowl. I think this is a pretty good South Alabama team. I'm with you. I think Kane Womack's done a really good job.
Yeah, so that's one in my pool. So's Texas A&M, Mississippi State. We've talked about that a lot. And Kentucky and Ole Miss. Rockstar, give me cut 3. Lane Kiffin, you talk about worrying about things that aren't X's and O's. Lane has fallen into that this week. Like it started, post-game, coming out, a sleepy atmosphere. Everybody had left. Now, he didn't talk about it being a 3 o'clock kick and at 98 degrees, a real temperature and out there, and the students have to stare in the sun. They left and went to, get some water. But as the week progressed, Lane Kiffin still was talking about the crowd and how important they are this week.
How important is fan support for games like this coming up with a top 10 team?
Yeah, again, we utilize any situation to teach our players and, so talk to them again, which we have before about, hey, regardless of what you come out to before the game or halftime, when you come back out and you run out the tunnel and it looks like, a high school game playing in a college stadium, you can't let that affect you. There's psychology to that, obviously. There's a home field advantage for a reason. And, when it goes the other way, and you kind of have that feeling, that, man, are we still really playing in a game here? The players have to fight that. I've tried social media in here for 2 years, so, we'll worry about what we can control, and that's getting our players ready to play.
It's Nick Saban's script.
Did Nick go that deep ever? Or did he
I
ever
don't
have
think
to?
Nick ever called it a high school. You feel like playing a high school game in a college stadium, but Saban has said pretty much that same stuff numerous times.
So how do you react if you're an Ole Miss fan this weekend? You're like, listen, dude, I've been coming to these games before you were here, and I'm going to keep going after you're gone. Don't tell me how to do my tailgate.
Look, this is undefeated. And this is an Ole Miss team that now has an opportunity to beat a top 10 team in Kentucky. Ole Miss has won 12 straight home games. That is their longest home winning streak since the early 60s.
Yep.
This is a good Ole Miss team. I love Ole Miss in this spot. I'm not going to touch it because it's an 11 o'clock game, and my track record with 11 o'clocks are terrible. But this is the largest they've been favored against the top 10 team since 1978.
Can I give you, we're only 4 games in, the most uncharacteristic statistic for any SEC team? All right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where Kentucky is in rush offense in the Southeastern Conference? I'll remind you there are 14 teams.
Yeah, they're 123rd nationally, so I think they're 14th.
They're 13th. Okay. Only Mississippi State's worse, who barely tries to run the ball.
Well, 2.4 yards per carry. Now,
94 rushes all year for Mississippi State. That's how little they care about.
The only thing Kentucky leads State in is yards per game. because Kentucky runs on a lot more than State does.
But, it's been – I think Chris Rodriguez coming back, people have talked about it. I think this is big. I mean, a lot of people don't realize he was second in the SEC in rushing last year with almost 1,400 yards.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at is you wonder how big an impact Chris Rodriguez has on that rushing attack. They're 13th in the conference. I never thought you'd see Kentucky there.
Meanwhile, Lane Kiffin is known for these great play designs in passing. We bring it up all the time, how much they love to run the football. Zach Evans, who is really good. They limited him last week against Tulsa, resting him up for this week. But the freshman, Quinshon Judkins, has been unbelievable.
Well, he's second in the nation as far as freshmen. He's got 429 yards, and Ole Miss leads the SEC in rushing, over 280 yards per game.
Yeah, and fourth in the country in yards per game. Only 2 service academies in Minnesota lead them in rushing. Ole Miss is dedicated to running. It's the biggest misconception about Lane Kiffin. A lot of people have tried to educate you. We've tried to educate you as well. Lane doesn't just heave it all over the field. He loves to run the football, and it's showing at Ole Miss.
Okay, Rockstar, if you'll cue up Mike Leach, number 6. After LT tells us about Simpio, I'm going to make these 2 guys happy with Mike Leach's thoughts on Texas A&M fans who are making the trip to Starkville this weekend. He used to be in the conference with Texas A&M, so he has a thought about Aggie fans in general.
Hey, our friends at Simpio, they're going to take care of all the BS in every single office. It's one of the reasons we first call we made was to Simpio, to Blake Patterson and the guys. Simpio will take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. With that being said, there is no contract. Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com for more information.
All right. Don't forget the hats that LT and I have on and all of our selections. You can get at the nextround.store, nextround.store. Wear them on game day. Send us pictures of your game day hats, T-shirts, watching at home or at the stadium. We always love those, and we throw them into our commercial breaks. We appreciate that. I forgot his name, but we had it up earlier. He is actually the PA announcer at Chelsea football games. Sent us a picture last night. He sent us a picture on social media. I don't know if they played last night, but he sent a picture of him wearing a Next Round hat up in the Chelsea press box.
You know what? I saw him. He showed it to me. You know what he likes to do? He's one of those.
First down.
No. He goes, "It's third." I can't do it, man. You know how those announcers do that?
That's good.
I self-owned Reichstar. I self-owned that I can't do it.
Sorry.
Oh, there he is. It's third down.
He does it that long?
I don't know. I might have over-exaggerated that.
That's
Rockstar made so much.
He's got the OG hat on, though.
He does.
Yeah.
Rockstar made so much fun of me. I had to come strong second time.
I was relentless there.
I had to come strong the second time because I didn't want Rockstar.
That's David, by the way. David out there at Chelsea.
All right, go get him, David. It's third down.
Yeah, I'm interested if you do it as long as Brown just did there.
He should.
Mike Leach on his familiarity with Texas A&M Aggie fans.
There's a lot of people there. Obviously, remember your time there. What are your thoughts maybe about that fan base and just kind of about that program historically?
A&M? Well, it's a great place to play. The fans are fantastic because the fans are truly committed. I mean, as far as around the country, I mean, for the A&M fans are truly committed. So it's always great to play in front of people that, where they feel like it's very important. What's happening is very important to them. Of course, they hated us for years. I never felt like I really hated them. I'm sure they hated me, but which was fine because your liking me is not mutually exclusive to me liking you. If anything, maybe it helps.
So strange. Was there a veiled shot at his fan base there? Like, I don't know if he's a passive-aggressive guy.
Yeah.
Like, you're passive-aggressive, so if you'd have said that, I'd be like, you're taking a shot at your own people there. So.
It sounds
like if I was
he
saying how hard LT works to prepare for the show every day.
Right, you would have been like,
you would have taken that as a shot at you.
Of course. Well, yeah, I mean, it would have obviously been one. So, but with him saying their fan base. Third.
I mean, I thought we were at a Gamecock game for a second. You went very Gamecock.
No, I see what you're saying, though, Brad. It seemed like it was a shot. It couldn't be, though, because Mississippi State fans, I mean, they show up.
I don't know. I mean, I guess he's pleased. I mean, did you know Ole Miss fans weren't showing up until we started playing lame, bitching about them not showing up?
I did not know.
Just let me give you this number. Texas A&M 0-6 straight up under Jimbo Fisher as an underdog.
Yep.
They have not won a game as an underdog.
I'm just, again, I'll go back to the fact I'm surprised it's only 6 times he's been a dog.
No, road dog.
Okay,
because he did beat Alabama at home last year.
Even that. But, I mean, I like Mississippi State in this game. I just think they're the better team, Dunaway.
Yeah.
Hey,
I actually like Mississippi State, too.
Yeah, I do, too. That's what
Bad
scares me.
news.
For the Aggies.
Mississippi State's a better team. You know, Will Rogers, he's coming off his 7th career 400-yard passing game. That's tied for the most in SEC history. Do you guys want to guess who's got the most with Will Rogers? By the way, he's going to break that.
I'm going to say it was the Hal Mummy coach, Tim Couch.
Very good, Donald.
Is that right?
Jimmy D.
Wow.
On a heater.
Ding.
Because he was throwing to that one receiver that nobody could cover. What was his name?
Craig Yeast.
Yep.
Craig Yeast.
Yep. Craig Yeast ended up playing in the NFL for a little bit, right? Yeah.
Interesting. All right, so that's a little bit of our Buffalo Wild Wings. Pick 3. It's open right now, nextroundlive.com. Go pick a set of 3 games and play those and win 3-0, and you're in the championship at the end of the year, which will get you a chance at the big grand prize as we play that off at the end of the year. Nextroundlive.com. You see the rules and everything. It's brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings, LT.
Yeah, 12 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area, including new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays, Buffalo Wild Wings. A lot of the locations newly remodeled. And don't forget about that takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
Hey, don't forget, coming up this weekend, NASCAR. Coming to Talladega Super Speedway. It is the Yellowwood 500 Sunday at Talladega Super Speedway. You can still get tickets. Brian Crichton, the president of the track, going to join us a little bit later. We'll find out all that's going on out there. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. You can beat Brian to the punch and find out everything that's going on out there at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Our 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Tomorrow night, Bailey Zimmerman opening for Chase Rice. Right there in the infield. A Sunday ticket gets you in free. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Rolling on to the next round here. Time for Rockstar's viewing menu before we get back to the B-Dubs Pick 3, nextroundlive.com if you want to go play that right there on this Friday as we get ready for Week 5 of college football. If you're wondering, by the way, on the Pick 3, 234 perfect scores so far this year. 67 in Week 1, 40 in Week 2, 69 in Week 3, and with a difficult slate last week, 58. I expect the lowest number this week. I think we go under 40 this week. Tough slate, I think.
Yeah, it is a tough slate. I'm going to have going through these, I'm going to have a light number of games tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so
a little low, huh?
See, 1 week you were 6-1, so 7, so maybe less than 7.
I think it is going to be 7.
7 is the number.
Yeah, 7 to 9 right now.
Yeah. Well, if you give me a 6-1 again, I'll be very happy.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna try 30-22 on the college season right now.
That's really, really good. Tell us about our friends at New Life Art as we bring Rockstar's viewing menu out.
New Life Art, proud to offer Daniel Moore's classic painting. Top of the line is a limited edition canvas. Order now to secure this new addition to your national championship collection. Top of the line features Alabama running back Major Ogilvie leaping for a touchdown against the Arkansas Razorbacks during that 1980 Sugar Bowl. This week only, 20% off your top-of-the-line canvas edition framing. No code needed. Framing discount expires 10/3/22. Go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
It's been nearly 30 years.
30 years.
The wait is finally over. We've been asking for the sequel. We never got the sequel. Disney Plus tonight, the premiere. Hocus Pocus 2.
Heck yeah, Selena Gomez in this one.
Bette Midler, she returns. Sarah Jessica Parker,
back.
She returns. The other lady, she's back.
Wendy
Williams.
No.
Whoppers.
No, Wendy. Like Wendy Nazar, something like that.
Wendy Frosties.
They're all back for a Hocus Pocus 2 tonight on HBO Disney Plus.
Daniel says his wife is pumped. Daniel in the chat says, yes, Rockstar, my wife is pumped.
It's a nostalgia thing.
Oh, yeah?
I guarantee you Laura will be watching. As Lunsford confirms,
we got a affirmative. Also in theaters tonight, you got Smile. After witnessing a bizarre traumatic incident involving a patient, Dr. Rose Cotter starts experiencing frightening occurrences that she can't explain. This is where everybody just starts smiling at her.
That would be creepy.
Yeah.
I don't like that trailer. It looks like an awful movie to begin with.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Well, good. You got another one. Tonight also, the greatest beer run ever.
That one I do not get, and it's apparently a true story.
Yeah, a man's story of leaving New York in 1967 to bring beer to his childhood buddies in the Army while they're fighting in Vietnam.
It just feels like we've taken Saving Private Ryan and tried to make it a comedy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, when you watch the trailer,
But
because
apparently a true story. But
I'm intrigued.
My question is, if he was agile enough to dodge bullets and deliver beer, how is he not serving?
He wasn't fighting for his friend. He was fighting for his friendship, not his country.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's a weird looking trailer. I can't figure that one out.
Well, you know, the
You know,
Fairley
Zac
brothers.
Efron's good looking. What we need to do? Put a mustache on.
Yeah. It got a 40% on Rotten Tomatoes.
The world's greatest beer run?
Yep.
That does not sound good.
It doesn't.
Yeah. That's what Rockstar's watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, DanielMooreArt.com to get that limited edition canvas of Major Ogilvy. Top of the line against Arkansas 1980 Sugar Bowl.
We'll do our pick threes at the end of the show, as we always do. Can't play Friday night games. Love UTSA tonight, though.
Oh, if you can play a Friday night game, you go
if
UTSA?
I could play UTSA tonight.
Yeah.
If my friend LT wanted to give me back the stake I lost last night and take MTSU tonight, he'd be very sweet to do that.
I think
sweet's a very uncomfortable word to say in a room full of men. But
I agree.
He'd be very nice.
Lance, I got to say, a lot playing against. Well, I don't know. Are you interested in this at all? Before I give my opinion.
No, I'm not interested in the stick.
So, what, Dunaway? Why are you rubbing your forehead?
He's never interested in ones I feel good about.
That's not true.
Coming off, here there are a lot of rules for me. Number one, you're coming off one of the biggest wins in program history, right?
Yes.
And you've continued to do victory laps. Like Rick Stockstill has not tried to put this behind him. He's brought it up again this week.
That's right.
About how they whip their tail. You come back home. I think it's more difficult to do these games at home because now I've been on campus all week. Everybody's told me I'm great. I don't have to play a road trip. I'm playing at home. And short week. You got a lot working against you if you're MTSU.
Well, and
UTSA's good.
And a dang good football team.
And the Roadrunners are 2-2, so they've got a mat on. I mean, they only lost 2 games last year.
A lot going against you if you're MTSU. I like your play there,
You got another game you like?
I love UCLA tonight, but you've already said you like that one. You've already given that one out.
He's on the same side of you on all these games.
I don't
Lance.
like that. I do not like that at all.
Time to reevaluate.
Yeah.
Dunaway still thinks Bama gets challenged at Arkansas. You think
what
it's
about
a
a
blowout?
Saturday game, Dunaway?
Well, I like Mississippi State. You like them too. So, I mean, we're just pairing up on all these.
Yeah.
Y'all should start a website.
A service? What would you call it?
Oh, I don't know. LJ Lockjaw.
Give him another one,
I
Jimmy.
like Georgia Southern.
Oh, that's mine.
Against
that
Coastal.
dropped. Hey, I called that my double-digit upset, and it's dropped now. It's down to 9.5, so I'm going to have to give you another one. Right.
Get that board out.
You don't have to.
Come on, Bob
I don't
Ross.
think anybody's sitting around saying we got to have it.
No, people tweeted me. It was DMs. You can't see them.
I get messages all the time from Bill saying, why don't you do the pick six anymore? Bill, we're going to work on it.
Our Michelson look ahead right here. We're about to look at some more games coming up this weekend, brought to you by the folks at Michaels.
969-8100, that's the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 20 years ago, I went in, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Had no idea after the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision better than 2020. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation, and you have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
We're all friends here, so I'll just say this out loud. The reason I'm asking this question, let's see if LT knows why I'm asking this question. Would I be the worst offensive coordinator of all time?
Well, I've seen some bad ones.
Every time that quarterback called an audible.
Yep.
So
you didn't like my play call?
Because I had just told him in the commercial break coming out, I said, Brombergs.
Yeah.
We'll do Brombergs after Rockstar's viewing menu. So what do?
You gave him something other than Brombergs.
Yeah. Hey, do Michelson.
You do that a lot.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm the worst offensive coordinator all time.
I mean,
I'd be calling one play and then meaning another play.
I mean, the play sheets you got over here, I just people cannot see it, so I don't know why I keep bringing it up, but you look like Jimbo over here.
LT's got a lot, too. So
He
do
does.
I've always had a lot, though.
Are those yesterdays and today's?
Some yesterday, some today.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not have time.
Where's all your prep, Brown? I think that's what Dunn was hinting to. Okay.
But like game night last night, we had a great time. down at the Steel Gastro Pub.
I
in
like that
Lakeview.
Wicked Weed IPA, by the way.
And I had a few of those last night.
Yeah,
so
me
I
too.
may have not been able to get in to take the notes I needed from yesterday's sheets and move them over today. So my clean look of 4 is about 12 today.
Yep.
So, but a lot of good notes over here.
I am stunned by the people that want to watch freaking that Hocus Pocus thing in the chat room.
I've never
man.
seen the regular
I haven't
Hocus
either.
Pocus.
I never saw the first one.
You're
But
going to be so lost.
people are super excited in the chat room.
I'm not going to be lost because I ain't watching. And I'm not going to watch the greatest beer run ever either.
I don't think I will either. Yeah.
In the Rockstar pool of the B-Dubs Buffalo Wild Wings, Oklahoma State Baylor. Do you guys remember last year's Big 12 championship game where Spencer Sanders didn't throw 1 interception?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't throw 2 interceptions. He didn't throw 3, Brown. He threw 4 interceptions. Dave Aranda and that Baylor defense had him confused.
And still had a chance to run it in for the win, by the way.
Interesting game, Oklahoma State at Baylor. Baylor minus 1.5 is the way we were playing.
Well, Baylor's been more challenged. You know, they went on the road. They lost the game, but they did go into overtime. You know, hostile environment, BYU. Now they're at home. Oklahoma State hasn't been challenged this year. Spencer Sanders, though, is playing pretty good football, though. 10 touchdowns, only 1 interception. I can't get a handle on this game.
It is a tough one because I trust Dave Aranda's defense, but I also trust Mike Gundy's offense. Yep. So I'm not sure which one. The two I don't trust are Mike Gundy's defense.
It's Brown's break my trust game of the year.
I don't know what, but I mean, Derek Mason has done what kind of job for you at Oklahoma State? They're giving up 22 points a game. And you remember that Central Michigan game? That was the first Thursday night of the season.
I do.
Where Central Michigan almost came back and forced overtime in that game. I don't know that Derek Mason's done that great a job out there. So I think that of all the units involved in this game, that's the one that's most concerning because while Baylor isn't dynamic on offense, they know who they are, right? I mean, they play just kind of this yucky, they lean on the run a lot. They don't really trust their quarterback. At least they didn't in Provo. But at least they know who they are. At least they've got an identity, and they kind of stick with that identity and play to their defense.
Well, and this is the third time in, less than a year these two have played.
Yeah. They should be familiar.
Also in the Rockstar pool, you get UAB giving up double digits on the road at Rice. If you're looking for a UAB play this weekend, do you like the Blazers?
I thought about giving Rice out. I kind of like Rice plus the points. I think UAB gets to the win. This is interesting. You know, we talk about Dwayne McBride, and we said if he was on an SEC school, people would talk about this kid a lot more. He's got 9 straight games with a rushing touchdown. That's the longest streak in the FBS right now.
So what I immediately did when I looked at this game, see how Rice does against the run, they're not terrible. I mean, they've defended the run okay, but by far and away, this is going to be their biggest challenge. I mean, Dwayne McBride's one of the best running backs in the country, not just Conference USA, but in the country. The guy does nothing but run for hundreds of yards. So I think Rice has their hands full here.
And then there's Auburn, 6 o'clock tomorrow night. That's in the Forrester pool. LSU minus 8.5. The way we'll play that in our Buffalo Wild Wing pick 3 as they're at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 10, John Samuel Schinker, who comes on with us every week to talk Auburn football, very honest this week when it comes to Auburn's love for LSU and LSU's love for Auburn. It's a under-the-radar rivalry game if you listen to JSS.
Man, I don't know. It's probably one of the more physical games that you ever play in. It's one of the reasons why you come here is to play against LSU. So, I mean, it ranks up there with Georgia and Bama, in my opinion. Those 3 games are why you come to Auburn, and this is one of them for sure. Just the attitude of both teams. Normally, there's a real hatred there when you step on the field. So, it's always an awesome environment, awesome game, no matter where we are, and we're very excited about that.
It is an awesome environment, but what did Penn State do that took the great Jordan-Hare Stadium crowd out of it?
Ran the football.
They ran it and had great success.
That's what you do when you're on the road. If you can control the run game on the road, that's the easiest way to take the crowd out of the game.
Brian Kelly agrees with Ryan Brown. Listen to BK.
Impressive.
Yeah.
You get teams ready to play on the road and deal with, 85, 90,000 screaming fans?
Well, I think, first of all, you have to duplicate that in practice and maybe emphasize it in practice, make it a little bit more difficult, which I think we made it pretty difficult in practice this week with crowd noise. The more you're over the checking and changing things, it brings the crowd into the game. So I think there's some things that you can do technically, but look, I think y'all know the best way to keep a crowd quiet is to play really well on offense. So that's what we hope to do.
Yeah, and that's what Penn State was able to do early on, especially early in the second half, where it took the crowd totally out of it and didn't allow Auburn to get a little momentum going, and they hope to do the same thing, LSU.
You know, after watching LSU week 1 against Florida State, they looked sloppy. They made a million mistakes, and just the job that Brian Kelly's done with this team from week 1, again, I can't believe the level that Jaden Daniels is playing at. This will be his most difficult environment he's ever played in. But what he's doing with his legs right now, he leads LSU in rushing. He's averaging 6 yards a carry. He's got a couple of rushing touchdowns, but he's playing clean football. The guy is yet to turn the football over.
Yeah, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions this year. Yeah.
5 of the last 6 of these games have been decided by 5 points or less. The only outlier was the 48-11 Auburn win in 2020 in Jordan-Hare Stadium. So this has been a close game of late, even really good LSU teams.
I haven't checked Auburn's team total in this game. I'm going to assume that it's 23, maybe. No, it's probably 20. Do you think they get 20 points?
That'd be hard.
In all their games, including Alabama, the San Jose State game and Alabama State to open up the season, they are. Or was it Mercer? Who'd they open the season with?
Auburn?
Mercer. To open up the season this year, they've only gone over 24 once.
Yeah.
And I find it hard to believe they'll go over 24
That's the thing.
again.
I don't know how they score, Brown. And you look at this defense, LSU's defense playing with a ton of confidence. Whatever adjustment they made after the first quarter against Mississippi State, they gave up 3 points in that second half. They shut out who did they play last week?
Missouri.
Bad team, yeah. No, LSU.
Oh, LSU, they played
New Mexico.
Yeah.
The Lobos.
But they held them to 119 yards. I mean, this LSU defense is playing lights out, and that's not a good recipe when you don't have a quarterback.
Auburn scored against Missouri, who's not as good, you would think. Against Missouri, Auburn managed to score only 17 points. And keep in mind, not that these points don't count, but I'm making a point here, 7 of those were after that Derek Hall interception on a short field. 24 yards was that drive.
And no points outside of the field goal in overtime
That's
in the second
right,
half.
in the second half. So, if you're LSU, you can't be giving Auburn short fields. If you make Auburn, that's the reason I brought that up, Jonaway, is if you make them have to drive and earn the points, it's really, really difficult for them to do. So I think LSU's path to victory is obviously Jaden Daniels not doing what he hasn't done. He hasn't turned the ball over.
Well, and I appreciate Paul's that said Auburn's team total is 17.5.
Yeah, thank you for that.
I think I'd still take the under. Yeah.
You'd play under that?
Yeah.
I mean, he scored 17 last week against Missouri at home.
And there's no way Auburn wins the game, right?
I'll do that for a stake.
Auburn over 17.5?
You can have them over 17.5.
I don't want that.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah, I don't want that. Team total 18.5 now. On
No,
one.
it's going
up.
Yeah, just because we talked about it.
How high would it have to go for you to take the stake?
Well, I mean, that benefits me if I'm taking the under.
I meant to you.
Oh, it needs to go lower if I'm going to take it.
I'll make it interesting.
I was trying to be the
I'll
stirrer.
put it at 14.5.
Can I get you at 13.5?
You know what?
No, I don't even want it. I don't even want it at 13.5.
Bluff, didn't you?
I don't even want it on 13.5. I don't even want it. I don't even want to.
Auburn fans would hate you. They get shut out at home.
Yeah. I don't even want to watch. I don't even want that one.
I'll tell you, that's not going to be a fun game to watch. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys feel
I don't
about
know.
it.
That game tends to be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Something about
But
that game.
again, last
there's
week
no more
was,
buildings to burn down on campus.
Last week was such a tragedy for Missouri.
Yeah, well, I know.
It was actually fun to watch.
I mean, when you combine what normally happens in Auburn LSU games in Jordan-Hare Stadium, I mean, there's potential for craziness in that one.
I mean, really, you're not fighting a lot of TVs there. I mean, you can have
prime schedule.
You can have UAB and Rice streaming. You can have NC State Clemson on.
I mean, that's the game right
LSU
there.
Auburn,
West Virginia, Texas
West
could be
Virginia,
entertaining.
Texas.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be hard to find a TV for LSU
I
and
agree.
Auburn in that window right
I
there.
agree.
It's a good window for LSU and Auburn to be playing in for people to watch that one. Mark says LSU wins at 34-13.
Oof.
Matthew says 14.5 is a steal. Take it, Dunaway. 19.5 on bet. It's going up everywhere. Yeah.
19.5 on BetMGM.
Just because it's 19.5, Matthew, doesn't mean it's a steal at 14.5.
That's true.
Boy, 19.5 feels easy, doesn't it? Easy under.
I mean, normally I would take over 14.5 and just think 5 Anders Carlson field goals.
Yeah, but he's been shaky.
He's been a little off.
Yeah.
All right, we roll on. More of the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 on the other side, but Rockstar's guy is he's always a winner. Whether it's 1-2, 2-1, or 3-0 in the pick 3, he's a winner.
He is definitely a winner. It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
So all those steak bet conversations there brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop, your place for all your quality meats there and great lunches as well. New York Butcher Shop, a couple locations here in town. I'm 4 steaks down heading into the weekend, so I need some dubs. Help me out. Send me some winners over in the chat room. We continue the Pick 3 conversation brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF will provide information to help the clients and families find programs for unique individuals with traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injuries. Find out how you can help at ahif.org. That's ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Before LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's, back in the summer we did a New York Butcher Shop steak bet on some overs. Tell me how they're going right now. I have Kentucky over 7.5, trending pretty good right now, right?
Yeah.
NC State over 8.5. That's going to get tricky, isn't it? If they don't win this weekend.
I still think you've got these with me.
Mm-hmm. I have to get 5 of the 7 overs correct.
Okay. I think you're looking good on both of those.
Ohio State over 10.5. I felt really good about.
Yep.
Oklahoma 8.5. All of a sudden starting to look tricky now, but still got to be pretty good.
If they lose this week to TCU, you could be in trouble with that one.
Oregon over 8.5. I'm feeling pretty good about that one right now.
This is a tricky stretch. I mean, after Stanford, I think they've got UCLA coming up and USC.
Texas over 8.5 could be the 1L. Yep. But I can lose too. And then Utah over 8.5, which we haven't talked a lot about Utah since they lost to Florida. Interesting game for Utah this week as they're at home.
Well, they bounced back last week. Cameron Rising was really good again. They've got Oregon State this week. They're 10.5-point favorites. Nobody will see the game again because it's on Pac-12 Network at 1 o'clock. 2 quality teams, but Utah running the football with Tavion Thomas, I think way too much for Oregon State. It's still a really good Utah team. I don't know how they lost to Florida.
Yeah, now that you look at that, I don't know how they lost that one either. Show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. If it's time to pop the question, go to the place that's been giving you the best diamonds for over 100 years, almost 200 years.
They are your diamond specialist, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountainbrook and the Summit. You can also shop online at brombergs.com.
Patrick in his Guarantee Friday said, I had Oklahoma losing 3 games. Come on, Frogs.
It's doable now.
Yep. And Paul says, Jim, I think LT likes Florida State. Go with Wake for a stake. We actually already have a stake on that one, Paul, from early in the week, and I do have Wake in that one. I didn't get 7, though. I'm only at 6.5. In that contest.
Zero weather issues, too. I mean, that hurricane went well east of Tallahassee, so I don't think it'll be a sloppy track there. I don't think they got that much rain, so thankfully that game will at least go off without a hitch.
They're on a bye this week, but interesting story from Chris Lowe about Tennessee wide receiver Cedric Tillman, injured in the Akron game. He had the tightrope surgery that we all became familiar with Tua Tagovailoa back in the 2019 season. It's on his left ankle. He missed the Florida game. Their next 2 games on the road at LSU, home to Alabama. You almost feel like that procedure was done to have him ready for Alabama.
Well, Tua had it right after the SEC championship game, and there were concerns about the semifinal game played in Miami because the turf at Hard Rock Stadium can be bad,
slippery. Sandy.
So they really didn't know if Tua was going to play against Oklahoma until he came out and tested it on the turf. And that was probably...
It was 28 days after.
28 days.
28 days after the surgery. And he actually played well, 318 yards, 4 touchdowns.
Tua was terrific.
Yeah, I flew home before that game. You guys were at that game. And then again, he had it done in 2019, and he came back 3 weeks later. So I assume Tillman's going to be out a while.
You know, it's one of those where... talking to some Dr. Waldrop, Norm Waldrop, one of the Alabama team doctors, and Lyle Kane, the other one that kind of performed those surgeries, they were telling me, because I was joking, that a lot of people say it makes your ankle better than it was. And they joke that they say a lot of players say they want to have it done electively, which obviously they do not do. But it apparently does strengthen the ankle quite a bit. Once you have to have the procedure done, once it's done, a lot of times your ankle is stronger than it was before.
Right. It's an interesting procedure. The old days, they used to, when you had a fracture like that, a high ankle sprain, a crack, or whatever, they would use metal bolts, and that actually would damage the ankle long term.
Yeah, that tightrope's apparently a really good procedure, but you can't have it done and be back the next week. And with Tillman, that's tricky.
All right, we head back into the the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3, talking about some of the games happening this weekend. Top of the hour, Peter Burns will be with us. The final hour of the show, we're jam-packed with Tyler Watts, Rockstars Playground, and our Monday headlines today. All that in the final hour of the show. What's happening?
Playhouse.
Playhouse. You call it Rockstars Playground.
It's a totally different
Totally different thing.
Very adult.
Well,
in his basement, right?
Swings everywhere. Swings everywhere.
It is on tape today, so I don't know what you put on tape already.
You'll see.
The Rockstars Playhouse later, and our Monday headlines today. We'll do that all in the final hour of the show. Back to our Pick 3, though, brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings, and always a good place to go and enjoy football this weekend. In the Forrester region, you also get Oregon State, Utah. We were just talking about that one. And the SMU-UCF game that was moved to Sunday. Any thought that Rhett Lashley can get Gus Malzahn in this one,
yeah.
SMU-UCF?
Yeah, especially as one-dimensional as Gus's offense has gotten. And I know Auburn fans are like, yeah, I've lived that. But they've gotten really one-dimensional with John Rice Plumlee, who looked like a much better passer early on, but it's slowly diminishing what you're getting out of him.
Tanner Mordecai, the better quarterback.
I agree completely.
Tanner Mordecai.
SMU the better offense?
Probably, yeah.
I think so.
Another game that we've talked about briefly, only with Matt Campbell's future, Iowa State and Kansas. You joked that it was a big win if Iowa State knocks off Kansas this weekend in Lawrence.
I mean, that sounds weird, but Kansas, they've covered 7 straight games going back to last year. Iowa State, that one loss, I do think Iowa State is the better team here, but this Kansas offense, I mean, you can't deny what Jalen Daniels is doing right now at quarterback. But I do like Iowa State on the road in this spot.
Yeah, so all those plays for you right there, the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 for you. Just look for the B-Dubs logo at nextroundlive.com, and you can play those to early in the morning, Saturday morning. Don't forget, on Saturday morning, we do our pregame show 9 to 10. 9 to 10, we're live there on all our video platforms. And then some point on Saturday night, we'll be back with you again on Saturday night. Some of our weekend programming that we have for you. Drinks with Dunaway is up. So is Bama and Bourbon. So, too, is the Players Club that we recorded yesterday. 6 plays that'll guarantee you a winner over the weekend. 6 plays for you there with Mick Gillespie and Lance Taylor making those plays there. All of that on our video platform. Brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill LT. That'll get you back in a good standing with your plumbing, your heating, and your cooling.
Yeah, if something's not running right, flushing right, draining right, disaster can strike at any moment. We all know that. We've all made that phone call. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that next round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
A huge SEC conference weekend. Kentucky and Ole Miss and Oxford starting the day. Alabama and Arkansas and Fayetteville. Texas A&M, Mississippi State. LSU, Auburn, Georgia, Missouri, all with implication on the road to Atlanta. We'll talk to Peter Burns in just a second. This hour brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now. The doors just opening up with Sterling and his crew there. Home game for the Thompson team tonight. I'm going to swing by and see Sterling either for a late lunch or a late dinner there, either before or after the game. You can too. Champy'sChicken.com. Check out the menu, especially the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They are absolutely terrific. It's a great menu, perfect for your tailgate menu as well. Order ahead at champyschicken.com.
Peter Burns is with the SEC Network. You can follow him on Twitter at Peter Burns ESPN. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Burnsy?
Gun show.
What's up, boys? I'm doing? I got my little inner Chris Doering rocking and rolling right now. Although I am a little jealous. Like, I'm starving. We just got done with our show, and like this Champy's Chicken deal sounds like delicious.
Well, don't
I'm
worry.
all in on this.
Don't worry. I'm eating a Cliff Bar. We're not eating.
Yeah, I just had a Lunchable.
Yeah.
What is your death row last meal?
I thought you were going to ask me my favorite Death Row Records album, but honestly, you know what? I probably still want some. I'll take some like Cajun fried turkey stuff with jambalaya. Give me because I like whenever you're going to put me down, I want to be drowsy. So I figure give me something that is going to be fulfilling, and then and some brown stuff as well too to wash it down. So I'm in for that for the death row meal.
It sounds good.
Best game on the SEC. Dunaway just ran through a really fun SEC schedule. Best game on that schedule will be what?
I actually think it's going to be Kentucky Ole Miss because I legitimately, I mean, again, we live in a world that we're supposed to give opinions for a living, and I have no idea what transpired. So I love any time you got a game in which, guys, I mean, do y'all have a gut feeling about this? Because, I mean, I convinced myself for 48 hours that Kentucky was going to go into Oxford, and then I was like, well, why? Like, who was Kentucky beat? Then I flip it on the other side going, all right, well, Ole Miss is going to win. And I'm like, well, why? I mean, like, what have they proven so far? And that's crazy that I don't feel like a gut feeling on either of these top 15 teams right now. Do you guys feel like
I feel Ole Miss for whatever reason. You don't know this about me, Peter. I cannot pick an 11 o'clock game, though. I stay away from it. I'm just text when it comes to 11 o'clock games, but I think Jackson Dart's going to play well. I think he's getting more comfortable in that system. And Will Levis, I'm just waiting for one of these meltdown games, and I think it could come 11 o'clock tomorrow. So I kind of like Ole Miss.
Yeah. Well, and what's interesting is that, you know, everyone's made such a big deal out of Chris Rodriguez not being available, but in a weird way, I almost think it might have been kind of the best thing that could have happened to this team because, A, you already found out where the deficiencies were that Chris Rodriguez did not clean up with his play, so you can address that. And also then, guys, they had to start throwing the ball a little bit more. So think about how good Dane Keesby has been. Variant Brown's been solid. You know, Tavion has been great, you know, replacing Wan'Dale Robinson. So, you know, I look at this, and you're right as far as does Levis try to do too much? I almost feel like you got to simplify it and get the ball out of his hands and get. I'd be shocked if Chris Rodriguez has less than 20 touches tomorrow.
Wow.
I mean, I would be absolutely mind blown if that's the case.
Well, he's got to be rested.
Yeah, he is rested. It's not like he's coming off an injury either.
Exactly.
It's a suspension, so he's been training. Peter Burns is with us, SEC Network. I'm equally as mixed on Texas A&M and Mississippi State too. I mean, the Aggies, I mean, it's only gradual, but they seem to gradually be getting better offensively with Max at quarterback. But now you lose Smith, and it seemed like it was either Smith or A-Chain that was making every play. Now you lose. It seems like you lose half your offense.
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of follow my logic here, and I'm almost thinking like this is like a take 2 steps back to take 3 steps forward. If I'm Texas A&M, like if you want the best case scenario, I think for Texas A&M right now, because I don't think they're a college football playoff team this year, is them to be so horrifically bad on offense that Jimbo has to realize that he has to give up the reins as a play caller. In my mind, like I think Jimbo Fisher wanting, you know, having his 17,000 pages in front of him and the calculus formula that he has to go through for every play call. I look at this and go, is this going to be another week where they struggle? And I think they do struggle in Starkville to where at some point he goes, all right, we got to go look at a different solution. I go back and look at, remember, Saban at one point, like he knew the offenses were changing. And what did he do? He hired probably a guy that he didn't necessarily want to hire as far as attitude-wise or like, you know, professionalism-wise with Lane Kiffin because he knew that Lane could do amazing things with his offense. I think if, you know, what's separating Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher right now is not necessarily recruits, it's not necessarily facilities, but it's the fact that I think Nick Saban has adapted to the game in college football in 2022, and I don't think Jimbo Fisher has done that quite.
Yeah, the other option, Peter Burns is with us from the SEC Network. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget at Johnston RV Center right now, they're clearing out the 2022s to make room for the 23s. Great savings for you is what that means. Just like, I don't know, the travel trailers as low as $139 a month, fifth wheels as low as $329 a month, all that with 10% down and approved credit. I-65, 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. The option will be James Coley or Daryl Dickey if Jimbo decided to do that. Nobody at Georgia liked what Coley was doing. Dickey, I don't know what his track record is. So, I mean, even it would be a fresh set of eyes.
I don't think it changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it changes this year. I mean, go back and look at, I mean, again, I would give a phone call to Joe Brady, as crazy as that sounds. Remember, Joe Brady came in and made like basically a proposal for LSU. Like, this is one of the things I would take a look at your passing game. And Ogeron liked him so much, he ended up hiring him. I just think that at this point, you know, A&M is always going to try to win these games 24-17. And I go back and look at what's happening at Tennessee right now. Tennessee gets their playmakers out in space, right? I mean, look at how wide their splits are, and it creates really fun football, and it creates a lot more spacing right now. Like, what good is having a Ferrari, and they've got several Ferraris on their team, if you don't get them out in space? And I feel like he's trying to play a game that was in 2010 with the roster built in 2022, and I think that's the reason why they're struggling right now.
More difficult telling me who the best team in the SEC is or the worst team. Because you got Alabama, Georgia at the top, but, Missouri, Auburn, Vanderbilt, take your pick.
I still end up thinking that it's actually Missouri, believe it or not. I mean, I think that in hell hath no fury like a Georgia team that played with its food at Kent State last week. I mean, Georgia just seems like they're just going to go on an absolute rampage this week against the Tigers. But, I've seen enough out of Vanderbilt, even after what happened last week, that I just think that they've got a little bit of moxie to them. I don't, especially now that Luther Burden's hurt, and I don't think he'll play in this game against Georgia. I just don't know if that next level is for Drink. Now, I don't think Missouri has them on a hot seat by any means, but it's like, what is the identity of this team? Like, I feel like I know the identity of a lot of teams. I don't know what that identity is for Missouri football right now. But again, I think this is a week in which we all keep talking about Tennessee and Ole Miss and A&M and all these kind of like middle tier teams in the SEC. I think this is the week that we're going to realize that, guys, that Alabama and Georgia are just head and shoulders above everybody when it comes to talent, when it comes to coaching, when it comes to depth. And it just looks like a march towards Atlanta once again for both of these teams.
That's interesting you say that, Peter, because Alabama at Arkansas, there are national college football analysts who are saying Arkansas wins this game outright. If Alabama handles that game on the road like you're talking about, what goes right for Alabama? What do you see happening in that game that's either right for Alabama or wrong for Arkansas?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, if you look at the box score and you do like the blind taste choice, all right, and you look at a box score and you give me one number, and if the penalties for Alabama are like less than 8, then I think you win this game going away. I mean, that's been their bugaboo when they've been on road games, and I don't know if that's lack of discipline. I don't know if that's bad luck, guys. I don't know what in the world that is, but to me, I just think that everything that Bama is good at, stopping the run, that's the strength that Arkansas has. And Bama looked a lot better throwing the ball against Vanderbilt last week. It kind of felt like there was a little bit of chemistry with Bryce and his wide receivers. And right now, Arkansas is atrocious. Like, remember Missouri run defense last year was almost flat out laughable.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that's the way with after Catalan went down with the injury and Slusher hasn't been healthy. That's what the secondary is. I mean, if Missouri State's able to do that to you at home, and put those numbers up, I know as Petrino, what in the hell do you think Bryce Young and this Bama offense is going to do? I think they put up monster numbers, and I think we've gotten punch drunk on how much we love Sam Pittman and how great of a story it is. But ultimately, I think they're a teetering 25, 30 ranked team in the country right now.
When you look at LSU and you follow that program for a long time, is it just the competition has changed, or are we seeing slowly Brian Kelly kind of get that get his philosophy and his culture in there? They look like a better team right now.
Yeah, I mean, they played I think they played 2 bad quarters of football all season long.
Yeah.
And they came at the worst time against a Florida State team, which I don't think is great, but I think they're a lot better than they have been in Tallahassee. I'm pissed that Mason Smith got injured on that front 7. And remember, he was a real talented kid that got injured celebrating in like the first quarter against FSU, because if he wasn't, I would be willing to put LSU's defense as one of the best in the country right now. I think that front 7 just has its day and takes the lunch money out of Auburn coming up, especially with the third string, with Tate Johnson's injury, and they go down to a third string center. That I think we're going to know LSU defensively this year. And I think we're also going to find out we'll get a lot more respect for Jaden Daniels. I mean, Daniels, if you go back and look at it, I think he's completing 75% of his passes. And I think now that the game has slowed down a little bit for him after the first couple of weeks there at LSU, he looks to pass first as opposed to run first. And now that they got the offensive line a little bit in better shape, this feels like a 2-touchdown victory for LSU coming up down to the Plains.
All right, it starts early in the SEC, 11 o'clock on ESPN, Kentucky and Ole Miss. Eastern Washington, Florida got moved, Brown, so you don't have to read that one. I'm trying to – your early game got moved. What are you guys doing early?
Yeah, or actually, so we get to kind of hang out and chill a little bit. They're going to just replay the South Carolina State. So I like South Carolina minus 36 tomorrow. Lead pipe lock.
Yeah.
If you want to tease it down just to feel even a little bit more comfortable with it, I'm good. But yeah, we actually had Shane Beamer on the show this morning, and and he talked about it, man. They had 2 get-right weeks between Charlotte and South Carolina State. So that's, they just got so banged up with injuries. I mean, it's already tough when I think they're maybe about the 9th or 10th most talented roster, but the fact that the injuries that they had, the positions, that's a tough situation for Shane for the remainder of the season.
Where do you put Spencer Rattler as amongst SEC quarterbacks? I mean, the kid's been turning it over at a high rate.
Yeah, and what's funny too, because I started thinking about that this morning on the show, and then when watching last night, it's one of those things where the box score kind of lies a little bit because you'll see the 2 interceptions that he had. If you go back and watch the plays, Xavier Leggett basically gifts them an interception. Like that shouldn't even be counted against Spencer's number. It was 2 basically tip drills that it was Levitt's fault. I put him middle of the pack. I don't see anything that's really, standing out to me. I mean, I don't put him in Hendon Hooker or Will Levis or Jaden Daniels by any of those means, or of course Bryce or Stetson right now. So the problem is they just don't have an offensive line, that's going to give him time, and nor do I think they have playmakers on the outside. So, I mean, again, I think he had an offensive scheme that fit him better at Oklahoma and better personnel, but I think he's okay, but I mean, some guys would take okay right now at the quarterback position.
How mad is Doring when he comes in and finds out you're working out of his own gym bag there? I mean, that's obviously a Florida shirt.
What's funny? The Puma. I was trying to do. I don't think I've done laundry in like 3 months. I think that is like the worst thing. It's unloading the dishwasher and unloading any bags that you've packed on a road trip. Yes. Like those are like the bane of all existences. And so, I do need some help from you guys though. So, each and every year, me and Doring have that LSU Florida bet. In the last 3 or 4 years, he's lost. So he's had to dress up like an idiot on our morning show. What's a good LSU Florida bet coming up this season? Y'all got any kind of suggestions or anything like that? Like he wants to do loser gets his ear pierced, but I think he kind of likes that because he used to have his ears pierced.
Right.
So I don't think that's really a true loss for him. Like I think he kind of one of those like, oh, I guess I'll lose. And, I need something good.
Can I give you one we had fun with, and it'll be a running joke on your show, is I think it was Dunaway that lost the bet.
I did, yes.
And Lance got to pick a random fact about every guest we had on. And as Dunaway went to the guest, he would have to introduce them that way. So, I can't even,
Peter Burns, SEC Network, and a very thin 10.5 in loafers. He would have a weird fact that I would have to throw
just
out
random,
Yeah.
Peter Burns, formerly married to a Hooters girl.
Yeah.
See, something along those lines.
Yeah.
So it can be kind of true. I will say this. I need like the visual gag though.
Oh, okay.
Like I need something to where if you're just watching us and the sound is off, you're like, look at Doring looking like an idiot. Because I just assume I don't even know what the spread's going to be. I mean, what would you consider the spread for LSU Florida right here, right now?
Where is the game?
It's in Gainesville.
It's in Gainesville this year, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, I would think 4-3 right now.
Right. I mean, and basically the only reason why you're getting 3 is you're going to be at home. So I think it's a true pick 'em at this point.
So one bet we did, I don't, Ian Fitzsimmons, right?
Yeah. The legend.
Yeah, former co-host of mine. He had to eat a raccoon. Now we got it specially done by a Cajun chef, so they did it almost like jambalaya style with the raccoon. You guys could do that.
Yeah, you don't have much confidence in your Tigers all of a sudden.
The bad part about it is I would know exactly who I'd call. I'd call Ben McDonald because Ben McDonald already has like a total raccoon recipe. He's like, no, don't do the jambalaya. You need to have a nice roux. Like he would actually go all in.
That's right.
True.
Ooh, maybe we do. Loser has to get a Ben McDonald haircut.
Yeah. Look like 1960s NASA. Yeah.
Yes.
Just a full flat top.
Yeah. I like that now.
All right.
Now you're talking. Yeah. All right, he is Peter Burns.
Go ahead. Hold on, before you go, can I throw you some show content?
Please.
We did this on our show this week, and you guys will crush this topic.
Okay.
Because I had Charlie Potter on. He's great talking about Bama Online. And when I told him I think it's a boring beat because they're always good, right? I mean, Bama has been a boring beat because there's not really that truly many storylines. I want you guys to do a draft at some point, on or off air, about what beat would be the most interesting to cover in 2022. Like right now, like boom, you guys become bajillionaires and you have to cover a beat for the remainder part of this season.
I think it's Texas A&M.
Why?
It's pretty high.
Well, I mean, because of Jimbo. I mean, again, Jimbo's on track to lose 4 games again. And, you know,
I mean,
and he's getting paid a ton of money. And that's a fan base that is starving for a championship. And they just seem so far away from it still.
So I think A&M is one of the top 3 picks. I don't have Alabama as one of the top 9 or 10 picks.
I would go Vandy. Nobody cares if I screw up and I got a trip to Hawaii out of it.
That's true. Oh, come on, you can do better. Would Tennessee be one?
Yeah, I think so. I think Tennessee would be one. A lot of entertaining games. I mean,
entertaining games.
Yep.
Apparently, we're eating well in the football complex.
That's right.
You watch Josh Heupel.
Life is good.
That would be good.
All right, I'll just leave you that with you guys. So.
All right. He is Peter Burns. First live game they got tomorrow. A&M, Mississippi State, 3:00. Burnsy, thank you. Have a great weekend.
See you, boys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Peter Burns with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's as well. A great place to go enjoy this beautiful weather on their patio.
Yeah, hey, look, live music on Friday, Saturday, but Dunaway is right. You can hang out on the patio, enjoy this fall weather. It's getting cool out there. You can sit inside or outside, watch college football. Rockstar will be back on that main stage October 20th on a Thursday night.
Yep, we're going to do Will's Dayton Rockstar. That's the name of the band.
The guy's name is Dayton.
Yeah.
Will Dayton and Rockstar. So Will's Dayton Rockstar.
Dayton Miller's in the band, too.
Yeah, but it's a Birmingham institution. Odie's Tavern located Crestline Village. Rodney Davis serving up the incredible lunches and dinners for more than 30 years now. Stop by, get lunch or dinner, live music, college football, ice cold beer. It's all right there at Odie's.
So what gives in the Iowa-Michigan game this weekend, do you think? Early game, big noon kickoff. Iowa scored just 6 points total in the last 2 meetings. They got blitzed in the Big Ten championship game, 42-3 last year. But Kinnick Stadium has been a nightmare for top 5 teams.
And Iowa's been a little tough to run on. Now, they haven't played a rush offense like Michigan, but I think what gives is if Blake Corum gets slowed down a little bit, all of a sudden Michigan's going to have to throw the ball a little bit more than they want to.
Yeah, and is J.J. McCarthy going to be able to throw it on that defense? I mean, Iowa's only giving up 23 points per game.
No, wait a minute.
That's not right.
That's not
no,
right.
they've only allowed
23 points all season.
The entire season, which is the fewest in the FBS. You look at Michigan, they've lost 4 straight at Kinnick. I think this number's too big. Iowa 9-2 against the number versus top 5 ranked team since the start of 2008. I'm not going to play it because it's an 11 o'clock game, but I think Iowa's pretty solid play.
Before Brown tells us about Nichols Outfitters, Pete Thamel with a source saying UCF's home game against SMU will now be moved to Wednesday night, had been moved to Sunday, so now to Wednesday night, October the 5th, because of Hurricane Ian. Both schools have a bye next weekend. The game will be played Wednesday night. It had been rescheduled to Sunday. That coming for Pete Thamel at this hour.
ESPNU's got that game, so I'm assuming we would keep TV on that game. So good little Wednesday night college game.
I like that.
Yeah,
there was no chance I was going to watch it on a NFL Sunday, but now Wednesday night, that's a good game.
Absolutely.
So that news being reported by Pete Thamel there, and thank you for Patrick giving us a heads up over in the chat room before we went to break, brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Hey, they've got these safes that you need to look at. How about Browning, Champion? Those safes are in stock, on display. Nichols Outfitters, gun safety is paramount to everyone. It is beyond paramount to Nichols Outfitters. They are passionate about gun safety, and gun storage plays right into that. But it's not just gun storage. Safely secure your valuables, cash, gold, heirlooms, things like that. Anything that requires additional security, check through the new safe display room now at Nichols Outfitters. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham, always online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Such a great time last night at Bud Light Game Night down at Lakeview Still Gastro Pub. Thanks for all of you guys watching. You can still watch our conversation about football and everything else in life on our video platforms. interesting to hang out with the Bud Light folks, Adams Beverages folks, but also the folks from Buzzed were by there as well. We got a chance to talk with those about their growing business.
Yeah, look, the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience store. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service found on your app store, BUZD. Again, I've got it right here on my phone. Think about tonight. You don't want to leave the house. You ran out of beer. You just download that app. Beer, wine, cannabis. They'll deliver the edibles to you. Delta 8s, Delta 9s. They're adding inventory constantly. Wine, any kind of bourbon. I mean, they've got a great selection from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. BUZD is the app.
Yeah, great folks right there. Bengals win last night over the Dolphins, 27-15. Joe Burrow with 2 touchdowns. Tua Tagovailoa stretchered off the field, taken to a local medical center. He cleared all the tests, movement in the extremities, actually flew home with the Dolphins. All a great sign there. Braves and Mets start a series tonight in Atlanta. The Mets lead the National League East by a game, 6 games to play, 3 of them against each other this weekend in the ATL. Phillies and Brewers fighting for that last National League wild card spot. Seattle is a 1 win or a loss by the Orioles away from being in the postseason for the first time since 2001 for the Mariners. So they're about to go in, and right now I'm getting my wish. The Mariners are a half game ahead of my Rays, which would give us the 6th wild card spot.
It's hard to believe because that 2001 Mariners team, I think, was the one that won 114 regular season games, and then implosion.
And they imploded that year in the playoffs,
Yeah,
and then the years after. Let's do trash today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rocky.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision.
Great.
Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget and maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look for the perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with offbeat holidays in October. You guys tell me tomorrow, Saturday, October 1st, are you going to be celebrating CD Player Day?
See, it sucks. It comes on a college football Saturday,
It does. I don't know that I can find one, Rockstar.
I think I've got one at the house.
You know, my
love
last
CDs, man.
My last Ram truck I ever owned was a brand. I mean, it was like a 2020, I think, and it still had a CD player in it for some reason.
Wow.
My wife's got a brand new car, and it was an option. I didn't think they would still make it an option. This is the first vehicle I've had that doesn't have a CD player in it.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I loaded a CD.
Oh, I haven't loaded one forever.
Yeah.
I still load DVDs, which I think I'm behind the times on
I
that.
don't even have
a little bit.
I don't have a DVD player.
I don't either. I've got the
Blu-ray players.
I've got a box of CDs somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a bunch of CDs. I just haven't anything to play them on.
That big ass case Logic.
Yeah, it's just like a picture album.
Weird. Sunday, October 2nd is Name Your Car Day.
Everyone in my family has a name of their car. I did it because my wife and my daughter did it.
Oh my God!
What's the name of your car?
Nigel.
Okay.
What's everybody laughing at Nigel?
It's weird.
Why?
I think for teenage girls, most of them probably have a name
That's
for their
why
car.
I did it. Anna Kate named hers.
Which would be?
What is hers? Oh gosh, I forgot now.
What's your wife's?
All of a sudden, Brown's the only one that's named
Gracie?
Gracie. What is Anna Kate's? I cannot remember what her car name is right now.
Jerome.
Here, I'll text her.
Is it Harry?
No, it's a girl. Her car's a female.
Okay, as you do that, I'll continue. Wednesday, October 12th is National Gumbo Day. I like gumbo. I don't eat it enough.
I like gumbo too. I like C. Stew's gumbo. No, he does
jambalaya. And I tried to get him to do it tomorrow, and he said no. He has not done it since 202019.
He hasn't done what? Jambalaya?
Jambalaya.
Oh, come on.
He's selfish.
Yeah, it's LSU Auburn.
He said he's doing laundry tomorrow.
I'm not doing jambalaya.
His ass can do laundry at my house. I don't care. I just want his jambalaya.
Patrick says, of course, Brown names his cars. They're not dogs.
Rocco is my, no, hers is a boy. I forgot it is a boy. Her friend's is a girl. They date. Rocco is the name of my daughter's car. Teenage girls did it, so I jumped in. Do you like your roux dark or light?
Dark.
See, I'm a light roux guy.
I'm a dark.
Yeah.
I love dark roux. Friday, October 15th, National Cheese Curd Day. We're going to have to get
Culver's, baby.
Culver's to bring
They do
cheese
some
curds
good ones.
up.
They do a cheese curd burger, especially in October.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's limited run in October, like Dunaway said, but talking to...
Almost exactly like I said.
They're doing a limited edition of the cheese curd burger.
Yeah, Jim had it first before everybody.
And we should jump ahead to this one. Thursday, October 27th is Cranky Coworkers Day.
Yeah, it's Dunaway. We celebrate
just
that
all be
year-round with
dicks on that
Dunaway.
day.
Yeah.
Really? We need to all be that day?
That'll be show 450.
You're around with Dunaway when he gets here at 4 a.m.
Yeah. I don't know. It must be contagious because this whole crew has become one.
I thought I was getting better. Monday, October 17th, National Pasta Day. Love me some pasta.
I do too. Well, I've liked all these days so far except that last one.
Halftime of Tennessee, Florida last week. I ran to an Italian restaurant, sat at the bar. And
What'd you order?
I got a Italian salad and cheese ravioli.
No meat though.
That was good.
So it was
I
an
want a
appetizer.
salad. Make that bastard Italian.
It's what it was called. Accent. It's called the Italian salad.
We're gonna put lettuce on you.
Again, everybody's a dick.
Speaking of which, Chad says, of course, you have to name your car in the gated community to get through the gate.
Oh, whatever.
Hello.
Teenage girls.
Hello, Mr. Brown. Nigel. Nice seeing you.
It's like Kit from Knight Rider.
Hello, Michael.
I just wonder how people name their cars. There's got to be something, right?
I don't know why my daughter chose Rocco. I don't know why my wife chose Gracie. I chose mine because my car is British. So Nigel sent a very British.
Nigel, you got a little problem?
I know all
on the back ass
today. The Tesla geeks out there,
Oh,
including a couple of my brothers.
I think you're required to
You
give it a
are,
name.
yeah. I mean, when you like load and start up the system, you have to. Was it Cervix and Ghost?
I think Ghost was one. I'm not sure Cervix was the other.
I think that was a joke.
I think it was at your cervix.
Yes.
Friday, October 21st. I mean, this is our entire trash. International Nacho Day.
Oh, freaking love nachos. Love them.
You know, last night.
Does Brown like? Is there any food Brown doesn't like?
You've deterred from the no. It's got to be a good plate of nachos. Gumbo day. Oh, I love a good plate
I
of
mean,
gumbo.
look, the nachos in a baseball game are shitty. I mean, they are.
I got them at a high school football game.
Oh, they're terrible.
But no, if you load them down with jalapenos, you don't like that processed cheese with jalapenos? I think it's pretty good.
I don't mind that, but the chip is so bad. It's so stale.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is when Rockstar does it, it's endearing and loving, but he's a bigger D than I am.
No, he is.
I
He's the
think
biggest
both
one of the
y'all
whole
just
group.
Yeah, just called me out for it. Nobody said like it's endearing. I don't think anybody.
No,
has
it's not
that.
endearing. We
loves
just
Rockstar.
we accept it with Rockstar.
Yeah,
he's
it's funny
funnier
when-
than you about it.
He's funny when he does it. Yeah.
But Rockstar he's the worst one of the group.
Dunaway.
You are Rockstar. I'm sorry, but you are.
You drive an Italian car, we've got to name your car.
Yeah. Luigi.
We don't have to name my
Mario
car.
and Luigi.
Vito.
Yeah, Vito. Which was the worst character in Mario Kart?
Bowser. You can be Bowser.
Yeah, we'll call my car Bowser.
All right, finally, Monday, October 24th is National Bologna Day. I could do a fried bologna sandwich that day. You guys
I could too. I love bologna. Sorry, Rockstar, but I do.
A good
A good one. It's got to be a good one.
You know, it really does have to be a good one.
I don't want a bad one. It's got to be a good one.
like
so
it when
I
his
said we
mouth
do
turns on
that
it.
for the Saban press conference.
What?
I'll see if Hamburger Heaven can actually do bologna sandwiches for us.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they can.
Oh, heck yeah. Can
Needs to be a good one, though.
Can they bring a club, too?
And some good chips. Got to be good ones. I don't want
Good bag
stale
of
ones.
chips.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone should sit down when they pee. This is the title of the article.
Well, that's a negative.
Well, I've done it before.
Oh, I did it last night about 2:45.
Nope.
Yeah. Brown's too much of a man.
Oh, man,
I want to name my car, though.
Why don't you sit down?
Your daughter's piece sitting down.
Right.
That's right. Yeah. All the girls in the house.
Rocco sits down when she pees.
Yeah, Nigel does.
It says if you've spent your life standing when you pee, it's time to rethink your urinary posture. Now, standing is probably the Western world's most common position among men, but it's far from universal. Men in some cultures traditionally sit or squat when they pee, and even among cultural pee standards, there's evidence that it's starting to shift. In Japan, for instance, on August 2020, polls showed that 70% of men sat compared to 51% 5 years previously.
Okay, I'm out now. I'm going to go back to standing. If the rest of the world is doing it and it's
Well, here's
like
the
you
good
Americans
reasons.
are doing it wrong.
Here are the reasons. I do it when I'm just tired and lazy
That's
sometimes.
me. At 2:45 in the morning, I don't trust myself to hit my target. I'm going to throw it around like Teddy Bridgewater does.
Yeah,
So I'm
and
going to sit down.
He only threw one interception.
It was a big one, though. You
So-
only have to miss the bowl one time, bro.
They say it's the right choice for anyone with prostate problems. Science says it's much cleaner. It's less noise. And there's no more arguing over who
Has anybody ever
left
like,
the seat up.
the peeing is so loud in here.
But it's easier to do at night, too, because you don't have to, like Dunn always says, miss the target. Just sit down and go, and then you're done.
That's
and
right.
you don't
No,
have to turn the light on.
I don't even wake up.
Yeah.
You're right. I don't turn the light on, Rockstar.
So, yeah.
I do this. Then you fill it with your leg and you position
Next
yourself.
thing you hear is,
I was telling them.
Sorry, Maggie.
So Brown hates the coffee table that I got for our green room.
Well, look at my leg. I've got a gash in my leg.
Well, I was going to bring it up. So last night,
terrible table.
I slept. Well, I didn't sleepwalk, but I never turn any lights on when I get up in the middle of the night.
Right? No, you can't.
Yeah.
That wakes you right up.
And so I was ping-ponging off the walls to go get something to eat. So I grabbed a Gatorade out of the fridge and some Tillamook shredded cheese, and I was just standing by the fridge. This morning I noticed there was cheese all over.
Like a caveman.
That's what that Delta 8 will do to you.
I'm stunned by how often y'all get up at night. That is crazy to me.
I just mentioned one time, Brown. It's not like it's like
You've got a whole plan for how you use the bathroom.
I got a plan for everything, Brown.
But I caught my leg
I
last
fill it
night
with my
too.
leg, yeah. On the bed?
Yep, on the side of the
I
bed.
told Lance,
Oh.
because I cut mine. I came in here, complained about the table, and he showed me his for the bed. I said, I bet the string of curse words you unfurled.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Okay, here's some outdated words we don't use anymore. I'll give you guys a word. You tell me what
All
you
right.
think it is. Growlery.
That's where I go to a pub and I admire growlers that are on the display on the wall.
God,
it's a
you
growlery.
nailed it. Word for word.
Not even close. Brown?
Growlerly is it is a group of drunks in the morning.
It's a place where you can retreat from the world when you're in a bad mood. What about twaddle?
Twaddle. It's what I do when I have to number 2 to the bathroom. I twaddle.
We're so immature.
We really are.
Twaddle's to gossip.
That's that back row.
Lumming.
Lumming? That's when you borrow something from somebody. He's lumming for me again.
Lumming's where you don't give 100%. You slack off.
Yeah, look, Brown. That's what Brown does.
Pretty
Yeah, right,
good.
Lance? That's what
The
Brown does.
overwhelming urge to do nothing.
Just overwhelmed.
Can you use lumming in a sentence?
Yeah, Brown's
yes.
lumming all week. Go and say it that way.
When I get out of Nigel, I like to go into work and lum all day long.
You didn't even use it right.
I used the present tense.
By the way, for those just tuning in, Nigel is a car, not a roommate or anything like that.
And
When I get out
Brown
of
will
Nigel-
never sit down when he pees.
When Brown gets out of Nigel, well, it's a different show for a second.
Fizzig or Fizzgig. Fizzgig. Yeah.
That's going to be a online workout service. Fizz gig.
These are words we don't use anymore, dummy. How could it be online?
It's a silly or flirtatious young woman.
Oh, the old fizz
And how about titty nope?
That's when you're in. That's when you've been told nope. Not
Yeah,
happening.
that's when I am kissing young Maggie and she says, "Titty nope."
Yep.
Titty nope is a small quantity of something left over.
You go with that titty nope.
So they're doing a docuseries on Barney, the show, the kids show, which my daughter loved. Thank God Jack didn't like it. I think it was outdated by that. It uncovers a dark side of the kids show. So
I love you, you hate me.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
It's
I
on
love you, you hate
VHS.
me.
Wow.
So in the trailer for the upcoming 2-part docuseries, I Love You, You Hate Me, multiple talking heads from Bill Nye, the science guy, to NBC's Al Roker. They share stories on how quickly the world turned against the friendly dinosaur, rejecting its values of inclusion and respect. Bob West, one of the Barney performers who stepped into costume, shared death threats that were made against him and his entire family. Yep. He said, quote, "They were violent, explicit death and dismemberment of my family," he says in the trailer. "They were going to come find me and kill me." Now, much of the dialogue in the trailer summons the show's creator, Cheryl Leach, who developed the show in 1992 alongside Kathy Parker and Dennis DeShazer after initially creating home videos of the Barney character for their kids. Boy, I bet they made bank on that.
I bet they did.
They did. That is Trash Today. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping today. Again, visit mortgageright.com/TNR to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239.
Very fresh tamales today. Those Mississippi Delta tamales right there at champy'schicken.com. I'll be trying the chicken finger platter a little bit later on today. It's open for lunch and dinner. Get it for your tailgate. champy'schicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic.
Walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson, his wife, they own the company, locally owned for over 20 years. They want to help you out. If you have not had that roof inspected in the last few months or years, it is time to get Greg Nelson up on that roof and get it inspected right now. 205-542-3531. That's Greg's cell number. Go right to him, 205-542-3531. He'll give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Absolutely free, no obligation. 205-542-3531. Or you can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City at Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranties in the industry, and insurance companies trust him. That's going to help you more likely get a yes from your insurance company instead of a no. All with Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. Or Greg from Pell City up on Facebook. You can look him up there. It's our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, getting ready for a big night of college football tonight, and then the best weekend to date schedule-wise. The reason I like it so much is because you get to see some conference implications start to play out, right? Big conference games. Clemson, NC State, big conference game. Dan Wetzel asked the question at Yahoo Sports, is this the biggest game in NC State football history?
You know, when I saw Dan ask that question, I thought, well, this could potentially be the second time we've heard that about a team this year, because Matt Hayes made the argument it's the biggest game in Utah football history. Now, we discussed that, and maybe we disagreed with Matt a little bit. I haven't followed NC State football history a whole lot.
It is.
But if they win this game, they're in excellent position to win the ACC and make the college football playoffs.
So they've played this rivalry since 1899.
Wow.
1899.
Every year?
I don't know every year. It was the first time they played. But this is the most important game in NC State's history. I mean, Clemson has won 36 straight home games. It's a team that NC State beat in Raleigh last year. But if they do win this game, you know, they were so close to death and being eliminated, basically losing week 1 to East Carolina. They survived that. And you wonder, you see sometimes in September when a team escapes something like that, they get on this roll. I kind of like Clemson in this game. I'm not going to play this game, but I'm pulling for NC State because I'd love to see NC State make some noise.
Can you believe that it's the first time ever NC State's played in that top? I mean, it's hard to do this, but they've never played in a top 10 matchup before. 2 teams in the top 10. They've never played in one.
Wait a minute. NC State. Well, that's true because they're rarely in the top 10. Okay.
Yeah, they've only they're playing a game as a top 10 school for the first time since 2002.
And a top 10 matchup for the first time ever.
First time ever they've been a top 10 team playing another team in the top 10.
I mean, you're inclined to say they're not going to handle that well, right?
Well,
that you would like Clemson in this spot.
I don't know. I don't really know if that resonates with players. You know what I mean? It's a big game. Does it matter that it's never been done before? You know, kind of thing. We're seeing Desmond here from Death Valley right now at Clemson, and just a game day. situation for North Carolina State is unusual.
Is his entire college football playoff eliminated?
I think it's pretty close.
He had A&M and he had Pitt.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he had two other wild ones too, didn't he?
Baylor was one.
Baylor was one.
Yeah.
Which they're not eliminated, but they're on life support.
I think they are with the BYU loss.
Yeah, maybe so.
There's
Wow, look at
Michigan's
Scott.
still alive. Michigan's still alive.
Yeah,
his Wolverines.
Hey, so I
could
take
change
shots
this weekend.
at Dabo. So I've got to bring this up, though. This is pretty impressive. Dabo has 63 straight wins when leading at halftime. That's more than double digits over any current school right now.
That is impressive. So they handled the second half very well.
63 straight. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. Now, a lot of those are big leads, obviously.
Cowan Equipment poll questions every day on the show at Next Round Live on Twitter, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, cowan.com.
Now, I didn't hear all the debate going on last night, all the hand-wringing and people being upset. But, Brown, you were watching the game. LT and I were not home yet from Bud Light game night. When we got home, the first part of the primetime game I saw was Teddy Bridgewater's first drive. So I walked into why is Bridgewater in the game, and then I learned very quickly why he was in because of the Tagovailoa injury. But then I watched through halftime and the rest of the game. I never saw it replayed again, but apparently the Prime broadcast caught some heat for replaying it too much.
Oh, gosh, yes. I mean, they replayed the heck out of it. Yeah. Just the scary scene primarily with the fencing syndrome where,
he seized up.
Yeah, he seized up. They showed that
it
a
looked
lot.
like he was throwing gang signs.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really scary because he was out.
Yeah, I mean, when he first went down, well, first of all, he was thrown down violently, and I'm not taking a shot at the player. It was a football play. I'm not saying it was a dirty play.
By the way, that was one of the first plays I saw when you dropped me off.
Oh, right.
So I got to see it.
So it was a violent play, and his head hit the field, and you immediately are scared of that. But when they cut to him, his fingers, and I initially thought, oh my God, he's broken his hand because of how disfigured it
I
looked.
thought so too.
Yeah, I was like,
I thought he had landed when he went down. He had landed on his fingers, and they just popped out.
Yeah, but then I realized very quickly, because they just weren't moving, that it was seized up, and I didn't know that's what that was called, the fencing. I've never really even heard that phrase before until last night.
Well, obviously it's a tough situation to be in the broadcast, but as a guy who just started watching, I wanted to see what had happened to him.
Yeah.
And I missed the whole 10 minutes on the stretcher, and I'm sure they took a commercial break for that
They
and
did.
came back. And
They did.
That's what you do to try to not sit there on it. I don't. How do you feel about the way they handled it? Did they replay it too much?
I felt like they did. Yeah, I know I'm not going to get all bent out of shape about it and hammer the table, but I feel like you show it one time, it's established what's happened. That's probably enough. Like the bad ankle injuries. A lot of times they'll even come back now and say, hey, we've seen the injury. We're not going to show it to you. It's a bad injury. I'm like, I don't know what the value of that is, right? The guy's obviously hurt. You've shown it one time. He's broken his ankle or he's unconscious. You've established why he's hurt.
So you could tell as they were looking at it the first time, you could tell that his head had ricocheted off the turf.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then again, when it showed the hands, you knew something seriously was wrong.
Showing the play and showing the aftermath are two different things.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Looking into the aftermath is something that does get a little private, it does seem
That's
like.
right. I mean, and you can show that one time to establish, okay, this has happened. But after that, now, if you want to show the play and say, okay, here's how he was hurt, obviously, yada, 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 whatever. But we don't have to keep going back to the aftermath and back to the aftermath and back to the aftermath.
All right. Tua checks out at the hospital, flies back to Miami with the team. The players' health and safety is a concern for the NFL Players Association. They're continuing to investigate the Dolphins for how they handled the Tua injury against the Bills, and now the situation that happened last night. We'll keep you posted if anything comes of that or anything new happens to a much beloved player in the area, Tua Tagovailoa. All right, when we come back, Tyler Watts joins us in studio. We'll talk Alabama's trip to Arkansas, Rockstar's Playhouse. Later on, and our Monday's headlines today. All that still to come on the show that is being brought to you today in part by our friends at NASCAR. It's a big racing weekend over at Talladega.
And you can get on board 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Don't forget, we're a little over 24 hours away from Chaser Ice and Bailey Zimmerman right there in the infield. That is 7:30 Saturday night. You can get tickets for that. You get tickets. Sunday ticket gets you into that concert free, by the way, in the infield. Spots in the infield. You're camping. All of that. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. The Yellowwood 500 2022 edition. Sunday at Talladega Superspeedway. See everything. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Our Dobel Diamante Tequila game of the night is Washington on the road, UCLA, Pasadena, 9:30 ESPN. 2 of 3 Pac-12 teams that are still unbeaten. That'll be down to 2 after this game because there's no ties anymore. So we'll play that game tonight, 9:30 ESPN, brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante, a blend of the extra añejo tequila, añejo, and the reposado tequilas, all aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or moving. Big weekend in the SEC as well. That includes Alabama on the road at Arkansas earlier. Henry Toa on the show with us. That is podcasted at nextroundlive.com or on our YouTube channel, Next Round Live.
And as he does every Friday, Tyler Watts, the former Alabama quarterback, joins us now in studio to talk about the upcoming game. He's presented by the Tyler Watts Insurance Agency. Welcome in, Tyler. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Appreciate y'all having me again.
Yeah,
again.
We appreciate you coming back again.
Every week.
What was your first experience in Fayetteville like?
Funny that you bring that up. I was just thinking about it. A grown man flicking off a bunch of teenagers.
Seriously?
That was
Really?
it. That was the first experience I had with an old man giving it to us. What does that even mean? Hey, let me tell you something. On the bus riding into an away game, that is the most exciting, entertaining part because everybody's just looking out going, what are we going to see? Are they going to moon us? How many people are going to throw beers at us?
I've heard the LSU one is particularly crazy.
Burned a effigy of me.
Really?
You? Yeah, my dad took a
people.
picture of it.
Yeah.
Well, I was starting that game. You know, I did play a little. I played a little ball.
I'm aware you played a little ball, Tyler.
Could you throw it a country mile?
I could clear over the mountains, baby.
I remember Saban's first trip back in 08? Yeah, 08. Saban's first trip back. They tried to burn him in effigy. And it turned out like they had built just a wooden cross with him on it, and it burned off really quick, and all that was left was a burning cross, and everybody's like, this is a bad idea.
It's a pretty good compliment to you, though.
Yeah,
that they burned
sitting there hanging out of a tree by the neck.
I mean, somebody put a lot of thought into that.
Yeah, a lot of thought. That's all they had to do with their time, huh?
Yeah. Did y'all win?
Yeah, we won. Beat the crap out of them. 31-0.
Was that the game that Lane Bearden tore his ACL?
No, that was against Arkansas.
Yeah.
That was against Arkansas.
Full circle.
So Lane loves to tell this story too because he tore his ACL doing it. But that we had a certain look that we were going to call a fake punt on, and we get up to the line of scrimmage and it gets called, and Lane's going, no, it's not there, it's not there. Guy runs it anywhere, he tears his ACL.
Oh, no. So Lane's trying to call it off.
Yeah.
It was the up-back that made the call?
He could have just kicked it.
Yeah. That's true.
You do have the ball.
That is so true.
It's kind of on you, Lane.
Yeah.
That's something Saban would have said, right?
That's the truth.
Yeah. Tyler Watts is with us. The Watts Insurance Agency brings you this segment.
205-664-4444. We are helping all kinds of people right now with things getting out of control with cost of insurance. Homes are increasing. Autos are increasing. Business owner policies are increasing. Liabilities increasing. We would love an opportunity to take a second look at your policy, see if we can help you out.
Yeah, always. Looking forward to Alabama heading to play Arkansas. This is going to be one of those, games that Joe Dirt would love. I mean, hand in the dirt, in the trenches. I mean, this is going to be just
sometimes it's good just to sit around a studio and tell your story.
Right.
And Joe Dirt, definitely, I admired him and the things that he ate French fries off of. Y'all remember that big old thing that fell out?
I never saw Joe Dirt.
We're going to be worth $1 billion. A giant turd.
I've never seen that movie.
I haven't either.
You would not like it because it's not near weird enough for you. It's stupid.
Nobody gets beheaded.
It's funny, though. Yeah, but it is
I like
super
some
funny.
stupid movies. Dumb and Dumber's great.
Really? Yeah. Poor Petey.
I know.
That's a classic.
Didn't they use Scotch tape to put his head back on?
Sold it to a blind kid.
Yeah, I can't sit there offended. Oh, it's so sad.
Let's get on track here.
Yeah, what was the question?
Physical game in Fayetteville. It's going to be one of those games where Henry To'oto'o said earlier he, as a linebacker, loves these kind of games when another team tries to run it right at him.
Yeah, remember Alabama teams, 5, 6, 10 years ago when Les Miles was at LSU? It was all about the box. That was the only time that you'd really see the 12 personnel, 2 tight ends and just a fullback, just pack it in there and try to run you over and be more physical. And it doesn't work anymore. The game just doesn't work that way. But look, these guys, Briles is not stupid. He's got a good game plan. You know that he will, where he'll try to force the issue up front, but it's only to set up opportunities on the outside because you're going to get the one-on-one chances on the perimeter.
Alabama threw the ball deep better against Vandy probably than they have all year. Was that, do you think, more Vandy related, or was that something Alabama?
I think the first question you always ask anytime you're playing opponents, who's the opponent and how good are they? I mean, what kind of pressure are they able to get on you? How long does it take? And we are going to get into that, hopefully, on how long it takes to throw a football because poor Tagovailoa, he gets
too long.
Injured because he holds on the ball and will not throw it away. That's twice now.
That play
and it's
last
his fault.
night.
Yep.
I mean, 6 seconds in the pocket.
His 2 worst injuries of all time, last night and the injury against Mississippi State his senior year.
And it comes off the heels of the announcement crew saying, this guy is he gets rid of the ball in 2-point-something seconds, which is 6th or 7th best in the NFL, and then he holds on to it long.
And that Mississippi State injury, he's extending the play. And I get it, you're a competitor, but you've been a quarterback, Tyler. You know this. I can be a competitor all day. Sometimes the smartest thing to do and the best thing for my team is to chunk it out of bounds.
And it is the most difficult thing, I think, for some people to understand. This was always our biggest gripe with Sean Alexander. Heck of an athlete. He could do it. He's the only guy I ever played with that could literally flip the light switch when he wanted to go, and he could go and take over. But he never practiced.
That's what I always heard about him.
It created a lot of animosity amongst us because we had to work hard to be halfway decent.
You could tell watching him play, though. You really could. As good as he was, he looked like a guy that kind of loafed around. But you're right.
When he saw that opportunity. But you know what
great.
He never did? He never would try to pick up that extra yard. He got what he got, and he got down. And I was always like, why aren't you fighting for extra yard? He's taking care of his body. And that truly is something that's kind of lost. And Jalen Hurts is for all the criticism that he got at Alabama, he took care of himself. I mean, he would lower it when he needed to, but he'd also run out of bounds and get rid of the football and do things like that, live to play the next down. You got to take care of your body. There's too much investment in them.
Yeah,
this is coming from me. I trash my body.
But Auburn, for instance, Saturday, I think it was his first outside the pocket run.
Ran over the guy.
Yeah, he plowed the guy. Robbie Ashford did, and everybody went crazy. And I'm like, yeah, that's really cool. It looks great. Your team gets fired up, but you're the only healthy quarterback this team has. You got to protect
with any experience, right?
Yeah, with any experience, you got to project yourself better than that.
Well, not now because they did play the true freshman.
Well, I know, but at the time, this was still in the first quarter.
Sure.
Robbie Ashford was all they had, and while it gets your team fired up, you're also the quarterback. You have got to take care of your body.
But a guy like KJ Jefferson, which we'll see tomorrow for Arkansas, he's 250 pounds, and so he's a guy a lot of design runs. Do you think your game would have fit better in today's?
I think everybody's game would have fit better in today's environment because of the rules changed, the way the game's played. It's played much higher than it used to.
But I don't know if people realize, how athletic you are as far as running the football, though.
Yeah, we could do some different things, but there's a lot of different – they're more creative, I think, offensively in what they're doing. They spread the ball around, and they're practicing year-round on these things. They truly are having hands-on with the coaches more so than we used to. We used to have to do a lot of things on our own. But, yeah, I think everyone would have benefit playing in today's environment. Now, but I say take that with a grain of salt because I honestly wonder, would I have been good enough to play at this level or in this league now? Maybe so, maybe not. But that'd be pretty cool.
No, but
hey, I'd like to have an NIL deal.
Yeah. But if you were, again, you played basketball and baseball, and these guys, these quarterbacks, they've got quarterback coaches now. I mean, they're doing it 365 days a year.
That's the only thing. I'd have been bored to death just doing that back in the day.
How do kids not get burned out?
I think they do. I think a lot of them do, and you're kind of just petering out a lot of kids earlier than we used to. I hit my wall at the end of college, kind of lost that desire to play. But I always had that desire, for that 5 years. I think a lot of kids burn out a lot quicker now.
Kevin's right over there. A.J. McCarron was fantastic at quickly throwing the ball away and moving on to the next play.
And checking it down.
But do you really want Bryce to be quick throwing it away? Because the way he stays alive in the pocket, I think
we're not talking about Bryce.
Yeah. But you talk about quarterbacks.
I want Bryce to do his thing until it doesn't work anymore. Now, Bryce, he still takes care of himself, though. He gets down. He doesn't try to run people over. And in some cases, I think you do still want him to get rid of the ball quicker than what he is.
Yeah, but he keeps things so alive that has opened up some really big plays.
He does.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful until it backfires and until your guy goes out.
He reminds me a little of Kyler Murray. Just the fact that he never gets hit squared up. I mean, he's just quick enough.
It's so funny though. Bryce runs so smooth. Kyler Murray's so choppy in his running. They don't look at all like that. You know.
No,
but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but Kyler's
yeah.
obviously a better runner too.
Oh yeah, than Bryce.
Yeah,
no, he does it more.
Are you expecting some new receivers for Alabama? Some of the guys back.
It's going to be interesting.
Day-to-day?
You know, I meant to kind of talk about this a couple of weeks ago. Right now, we don't really have that alpha male at the wide receiver. I think we have a lot of compliments, but complimenting to what? Nothing right now. And that's kind of been of a challenge. I don't know if any of these guys that are potentially have the opportunity to come back are going to be difference makers or not, if this is just kind of what we have this year, and you got to work with it. But, you know, I talked about this last week. This is a stretch where you're really looking for teams to kind of identify themselves of who they are and where they're going to be.
It's a brutal stretch coming up. I've got a feeling Ja'Cory Brooks is going to be a breakout guy in the next couple of games.
Very well could be.
Yeah.
And that would be nice to have someone who is able to press that secondary and take the top off.
And this is a secondary that if you can't get it done against Arkansas secondary, you can't.
I know this sounds weird, but and more with Tyler on Alabama football and my thought in just a second. But first, the Watts Agency brings you this segment every week with Tyler Watts. Independent, I always bring this every week, independent agent, so he can get you the best deal no matter what's out there, right?
Yeah, not beholden to any company. So we are our interest rather is in you and making sure that you're getting the right product for the right price.
Yeah, absolutely. The Watts Agency, you can Google them, check them out, or he'll give you the number again in a second. I was going to bring up, I think this is the toughest schedule Alabama's had under Nick Saban, and here's why. On the road at Texas, not a bad team. They didn't play great. On the road at Arkansas, improved Arkansas team from recent years. On the road at Tennessee, improved Tennessee team from recent years. On the road at LSU. On the road at Ole Miss. Those teams are all on the uptick for the most part, except for LSU. All those games are on the road. I think this is the toughest schedule Nick Saban's had.
You're probably right. And you know what the most frustrating part of all of it is? Alabama never catches Auburn in Jordan-Hare Stadium when they're about to fire a coach.
Right.
Never. It's the hardest place to win, and we never catch them when they're down there. You know, the schedule is what it is. I think as a player,
you know why?
though,
It saves the job. Oftentimes, it saves the guy's job.
I can't remember a time where the Auburn coach has legit been on the hot seat when Alabama's going to Jordan-Hare.
Brian Harsin will not be on the sideline.
Well, but that'll be in Bryant Denny, though.
That's right.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
Yeah,
good point.
Yeah.
But you know, players love playing in the big time games. They do. Now, doing it week in and week out is a challenge. But you know, consistency and that focus is the hardest thing in life anyway. And it's really, you know, tough for these guys to be able to do it week in and week out. But they're aspiring to play at the next level. They pride themselves on doing things the right way and having that standard, and this is part of it.
How good has Henry To'oTo'o been? I know he comes on
Better
our show.
last year,
so
I think he's doing a better job of filling holes this year, and I think his defensive front has done a really nice job. You know, and Byron Young, he's somewhat questionable, correct?
That's right.
And I think that he's played outstanding this year as well. And that's kind of my biggest question coming in. Who is that front seven going to be? You knew you had some studs on the outside, but what was the interior going to look like?
Yeah.
I think they played well.
I feel like
Moody's playing great, too.
He is, but I feel like To'oTo'o has been more sideline. It feels like it anyway, more sideline to sideline this year than in years past.
Yeah,
I could be
think
wrong.
that he's improved from last season because it seemed like he was taking on contact last year after a 4-yard gain, and now he's initiating the contact in the hole.
And that may come being in the system another year. He's having to do so much calling the plays, being more familiar with the system. He's playing a little faster.
Maybe so, or just atmosphere, being comfortable where
maybe
he
so.
is.
That was the smartest football thing I said this whole segment.
You say a lot of smart things. I'm going to give you credit where credit is due, like wearing a hat today and not killing us on the video screen with the glare.
You know, it's so funny. I got a text from a buddy earlier. He's like, "It seems like everyone on the next round's on their period today," and this is before you came in.
We're in sync. You've been with us so much.
Right.
Well, you know, you cycle together, right?
I guess.
Didn't take long.
I'm glad. Brad with 2 Ds for some reason. I hope when or if Alabama can't throw deep, they start throwing the quick stuff, quick out, slants, and screens. Is that something you preach?
It's a killer. I never could throw a slant. Hated them. But to me, because I watched the
Why?
NFL a lot, I just never was comfortable throwing a slant. I couldn't get it far enough out front or put it where it needed to be, which is key because it's almost indefensible. And it seems like the NFL game, that's what they go to when they really want to destroy a team.
No, you're right. I mean, but if you don't lead that receiver just right, I mean, if he's got to stop, it's
he's back, he's dead.
Yeah,
I hate to bring up my team, but Matt Stafford to Cooper Kupp on that slant, I mean, you can't cover
it's unstoppable,
it.
right?
It really
Especially
is.
when you get the look and that you like. What were we talking about here just a minute ago?
Nothing. We were talking about
administrating?
slants.
I was going to ask you this, though. So going back, talking about Jordan Hare, watching that game last weekend against Missouri, just the way the ball bounced against Missouri, I mean, it was almost comical. What is the craziest one play that you were involved in?
You always ask these. You got to give me a heads up on this stuff so I can think about it.
Well, so you can bring it back next week.
We're going to talk about it next week.
No, I'm saying if you like when you come in next week, you can be like, hey, the question you asked me last week.
I was prepared to talk about concussions because I don't remember anything about them, and I was ready to go.
Let me ask you a simpler question. Do you name your car?
Actually, my vehicle is named, but my wife named it. It's called Granddaddy. But the reason is because I drive a 97 Chevy Z71.
Do you really?
Yeah,
Wow.
That's my everyday driver.
Yeah.
And I don't drive a freaking British car.
Y'all gonna give
What a
Tyler crap
yuppie.
like y'all give me what? I
What
can't
a
help
So
you.
what's the name again?
Do what now?
What's the name of the car?
Granddaddy.
Granddaddy.
That's what she calls it.
Yeah, you never call it that.
Brown named his own car.
I did because
Nigel.
my daughter did, and then my wife did, and they wanted me to. So I named mine Nigel.
Maybe it'll be the next 007. They're looking for one.
Yeah,
right?
maybe so. If they want to pay for my car, they can do it.
Granddaddy's ball bearings hang a little low in Tyler's car. Drags the pavement.
Does the Watts
All
Insurance
thrills.
Agency, does it insure Granddaddy?
We filter. Yes, sir, they do. Can I give my phone number?
Hey, well, I would like for you to this time. You didn't last
No,
time.
well,
yes.
you didn't give me an opportunity. 205-664-4444. Would love an opportunity to talk to you.
664-4444 for the Watts Insurance Agency. You going to the race this weekend?
What race? Listen, I used to love Talladega, and I really wanted to come in here and just pick a fight with Dunaway today because you don't tell me. You can't lie to me and tell. Look, and I love every one of y'all, and please don't judge me. But I've gotten almost in more fights wearing this to Talladega, as you can imagine, because everybody's a Dale Earnhardt
That's
fan.
right. Yep. And you're a rainbow warrior.
And I'm a friggin' rainbow
Do you
warrior.
go with the
But you
mullet?
know what we did? We won.
Yeah, do you go with the mullet wig?
Absolutely. The only thing I'm lacking is the jean shorts, and it would be perfect. But
it would be.
I've had a blast at Talladega
It is
throughout
a fun
the course
place.
of my life. I mean, it's been awesome. A lot of stories that could be told, but it's a great time. But yeah, I really thought you would throw something at me like a stapler or something.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because I know that you're a freaking Dale Earnhardt fan.
No,
You
that's
gotta
a good
be.
idea. Hey, so
No,
Bam-
my dad's a
He's
Dale
Tony
Earnhardt
Stewart.
fan. Yeah.
You like Tony Stewart?
I'm a
That's
Tony
what my
Stewart
wife
guy.
likes.
Yeah.
She likes him just because he gets pissed off and wants to fight.
That's the way I like him. Your
Better-
wife and I would be a lot alike.
I just like people that win.
Tony
yeah.
Stewart won a lot too. Yeah. Not as much.
So
as,
Bama fan says if one of you guys are ever out, Tyler would be a great fill-in guest.
Well, of course he would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tyler would like to know how much that pays.
Would you do 4 hours?
No, that would be a challenge. See that focus thing again.
Yeah.
Stay in concentrate.
Are you not a golfer?
Hate golf.
Yeah, me too.
Absolutely despise golf. Play when I have to.
Didn't we go play one time? I think I invited you.
You've
to
never
go.
invited me.
That is such bull crap, Tyler. I remember. That's why I asked if we actually played. I think you turned
Hey,
it
it's
down.
August 5th. Let's go play. I got a tee time at 12:30.
Yeah.
Heck no,
I
I'm
love
not
those.
going.
My buddy John does that to me lately.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, got to open a spot this afternoon at 2:30. I was like, great. I'm here till 1. I got a plan.
Look, y'all been going back and forth on this Alabama game, and y'all keep talking about the penalties over the last several road games. But really break that down as to what was the situation, especially in the first and second quarter. With Mississippi State, they were already running away. The crowd never had an opportunity to get in it. Every other time, though, it's been a close game, and the penalties have just compounded because of the pressure. But that composure that we always brag about this football team always shows itself in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think Tyler's right about
How
that.
do
yeah.
you feel about this game? I started the week. I thought Arkansas had a chance. As the week ends, I think it's going to be a blowout.
How much of that, though, is influenced on the interviews that you've done, which are reporting that, you know, the energy might not be where they would have thought it was?
It's that. It's Arkansas's having the red out. It's the fact that Alabama can't
Gimmicks,
play.
right?
Yeah, and they can't dominate on the road anymore. And I think Saban is probably feeding his guys that.
He probably is. So how quickly does Alabama come out the gates? Because if they are able to get a 14-point lead, then that's a different conversation. But, you know, Arkansas will be ready to play early on. And if they have success, then the snowball starts. And that's when it really becomes a challenge.
You like Sam Pittman?
Oh, I love him. I think he's a great coach.
He's hard not to like.
I've heard his messaging to the kids. Listen, all these guys know football. They all know the X's and O's part of it. And he's got 2 great coordinators. But the best ones are the psychological ones who say to that player what they need to hear to get them motivated to reach their full potential. That's bar none, and he does a great job with it.
Franchoni good at that?
He can get you fired up. Yeah, he can get you fired. I love Coach Franchoni. I know a lot of people hated him. I liked him. He was good to me, and he taught me a lot about the game, so I appreciated him. And he was tough. He was really tough, but I liked him. And look, here's what we all have to remember, okay? He doesn't leave to go to Texas A&M. I say this all the time. He doesn't leave to go to Texas A&M. We do not get Nick Saban.
There was almost like the butterfly effect that all started. There's no doubt. All right, he is Tyler Watts, Watts Insurance Agency. Give him the website and the phone number, Tyler.
It's TylerWattsInsurance.com, 205-664-4444.
You don't want this guy insuring everything that's critical
He
to
drives
you.
a 97 Z71.
It's awesome.
I love it.
Beat up in the front. My daughter smashed something.
Get you a British
Ain't gonna
car,
fix that.
man. Get
Ain't
you a
gonna
British
fix
car.
that.
You think Herman's pretty happy right now?
Do I think my dad's happy?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not talking about my mom.
Your dad's been happy for a long time.
My dad goes, what'd he say?
All right, that's Tyler Watts, the Watts Agency. Use him. He's really fantastic. And he beat Rockstar to his own bit today. He dressed out of Rockstar's bag back there. Rockstar's Playhouse is up next. Stay with us. Part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, Dr. Lee, big Dolphins fan. Don't bring that one up today, but he is still a big Dolphins fan, which makes him a good dude. Greystone Chiropractic, GreystoneChiropractor.com, 981-8090. 981-8090. I got a little bit of a tricky neck, so I've needed him to keep me aligned over the years. He's done a great job with that. It's reduced the pain I've had in my neck, reduces my migraine headaches, helps me sleep better and feel better. They've also got the Element Wellness Center, IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that under one roof. Greystone Chiropractic, GreystoneChiropractor.com, 981-8090, Tattersall Park, just off 280 and 119. It's Greystone Chiropractic.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate.
Largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on. Rockstar's Playhouse in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. If you go to our video platform, YouTube or wherever you get our videos, or follow us on Twitter, you'll see Drinks with Dunaway this week. The drink is the 12th Man, and it uses Redmond Vodka. And it's perfect for the tailgate this weekend. It was viewer submitted. You can send your submissions in as well at Next Round Live or at the bottom in the YouTube chat there on Drinks with Dunaway. Redmond Vodka, it's Charles Barkley owned, 8 times distilled, perfect, and ask for it by name wherever you order your drinks this year. Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. Rockstar's Playhouse in just a second. Big football weekend coming up around the SEC, but also other conferences as well. The Big 12, a great slate this week, where you have conference on conference games, 5 games this week, and that's still a wide open race.
I think that's going to be every weekend in the Big 12. Like, I think that is such a, I don't know the word I'm looking for, competitive, balanced conference that I think every week you're going to look at the Big 12 schedule like, oh, that's a big game.
You saw everybody was hyping up Oklahoma's defense after the Nebraska trouncing, but Kansas State and Adrian Martinez really exposed them, and now you've got TCU, and we talked about this last night on Bud Light Game Night. Max Duggan has been really, really good. He leads the nation right now in QBR. He's thrown 8 touchdowns, 0 picks.
Yeah, but a lot of times, though, when you have a balanced conference, you end up not getting a team in the playoffs, right? Because everybody beats up on everybody.
I don't think they'll get a team in the playoffs.
I don't either. I would say right now the Big 12 gets left out.
That's why I'm always a fan of the conference champion having an automatic bid, because if you've got a balanced conference, maybe you've got 4 or 5 good teams like the SEC someday, you want to be guaranteed a spot there in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I've never been a huge fan of that idea, but that is the best point you make about it right there.
I mean, there could be a good enough team that ends up with 2 losses out of the Big 12 that could be playoff worthy. Maybe not in a 4-team playoff, but if we went to 8 or 12, you definitely want to have somebody represented. Speaking of representing, Rockstar every week does Rockstar's Playhouse. It's brought to you by Greg Nelson, the fine folks at Storm Restoration Roofing every week. Greg wants to help you out. Save this number if you ever have storm damage on your roof. You get a lot of, when a big storm blows through, you get a lot of people from out of state or out of town that come in. They try to do a half you-know-what job on your roof and take your money, leave, and go back to Georgia, Mississippi, Florida, Tennessee. Greg's locally owned right here in Central Alabama, over 20 years. Good local guy. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. You can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection on your roof, but save all of that information when you have storm damage. Rockstar's Playhouse this week. Rocky, hit it, man.
Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, that sounds swell.
We
the preview screen, Rockstar.
You know what that looks like? It looks like Nigel.
Are you about to sweep your chimney?
We got a new
character?
Maybe. We got this guy. His name is Wyatt Finley.
Wyatt Finley?
Wyatt Finley. And somebody left the door unlocked to the Double Down Medias.
Oh,
and,
no.
and
Oh, no.
He got in, and so he submitted this to me. So let's just see. I haven't seen this.
You have not seen this
so
at all. So Wyatt Finley in the Double Down Media offices, okay?
Hey guys, it's Wyatt Finley, and I have just got super secret access, unauthorized access to Double Down Media, and I'm going to give you a tour of this place, okay? Hold on. I think we're somewhere in the green room because the green couch right here. Look at that green couch. It's all green. Look how green that is. Goes with the feng shui of the room, right? And I don't know what this looks a lot like my uncle's basement. Like all this crew stuff. Like what are they even doing here? I don't know. Like if I spin around, watch this. I'm gonna spin around like Cinderella. Look at that. Cocktails, anyone? It's just cocktails? Anybody? Cocktail. Out of the green room, I feel like David Blaine because I am going to like show you the place where all the magic happens. All right, if I just keep walking slowly and like, this is where it all goes down. Watch this. Thank you, next round, gods. Look at this place. What is this, crazy or what? Look at all this stuff. Look at all this TVs. Like, we're not even watching in there. Sports, of course. Let's just look around. To my 5 followers, they know that I am a huge feng shui guy, and the biggest thing about this studio is this. How cool is that? It's like Legos. I'm gonna, I hope they don't get mad. Well, nobody's here, so I'm gonna try to get that in frame. Try to just sit here and wow, it is so uncomfortable. It's like sitting on cement with that mattress stuff they put on before you fall on the rope at PE class. The wrestling stuff. Oh my God, look at me. Like I am on the air, guys. Not really though. But look, I'm in Jim Dunaway's seat. Well, I think it's Jim Dunaway's seat. Oh my God, this is so crazy. Like this is like what it's all about. Everything is about this. It's so beautiful. And under here they have crackers and Laffy Taffy, Bazooka Joe jokes. Those are the funniest jokes I've ever heard. And this is where I think the Scott guy sits. Look at all these cameras of them. Like that's like, wow, back to my uncle's house. Like that's where he monitors his ex-wife. Like she has all this stuff because she's sketchy as hell about what she does. And he has to keep an eye on her. Oh, that's what he said. But they had a real messed up relationship. But I won't talk about that right now because we're in the next round. Anyone feel like shopping? Oh my God, look at this. J.C. Penney, Hollister, eat your heart out. They have so much merchandise here. Look at all that. And I love the color schemes too. They look really good on me. I don't look really good in whites because it hurts my pink complexion, but this is going to be the greatest. They got TNA hats right here. I think it's a wrestling term. I don't know. But then they got a bunch of what they call lids. These are lids up here. God, this is so great. I could just. And now look at this. I'm in the captain's chair of like whatever they do. If you see like all these, look at all those knobs and buttons. That's what Rockstar does when he comes up with all those funny little creatures and stuff he does. And like I just spin around and he gets to look at that, look at that, look at that. He gets to look at all the guys all the time over there. I'm just so excited to be here. I hope they don't get mad at me. Wow, this has been a super awesome, oops, kind of tilting right there. This has been like one of the coolest days of my life. All I had to do was just kind of sneak in and just look at stuff. But I don't think they'll notice anything is different because I've been like walking around like a little raccoon, like just trying to be so quiet and not to let anybody know I'm here. I don't think there's anybody here, but God, this has been so much fun. Look at that. It's just like the one in my bedroom.
Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play.
How could you smile that long?
It hurts, man.
What's his name again?
Me.
Wyatt?
It's a guy named Wyatt Finley.
Wyatt Finley.
He got my email, said that somebody left the door open. And I was like, oh my God, can't believe that.
Wyatt Finley.
The back door.
Why do you say that?
Wyatt Finley doing a tour of this building might be. I'm just going to suggest future.
Yeah.
It's really, really
Miles
good.
Pro Shops.
All right,
Drop
that's
that B.
Rockstar's Playhouse, brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. We'll do our Monday headlines today as if the games have already been played. Coming up in the next segment, remember Alabama on the road, Auburn with a home game, UAB on the road this week. LT already has given you a lock earlier today. He likes UCLA tonight in the 9:30 game against Washington. Chip Kelly's team staying unbeaten. Cedric Tillman injured, missed the Florida game, bye week for Tennessee, but he had the tightrope surgery. Didn't play the Florida game. Hopes to be back for LSU, maybe in time for Alabama, is the plans for Tennessee as we get ready for another big weekend of college football. When we come back, the headlines that as if the game's already been played. Brought to you in part today by our friends at Precision Sports. That injury update on Cedric Tillman there.
Yeah, our friends at Precision Sports want to remind you if you're close to or if you have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, or other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Last. Back with you on The Next Round. Our show being brought to you today in part for our friends at NASCAR, Talladega this weekend as well.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, that's the number to call. Listen, time's running out if you want to secure your spot. And the grandstand's there at the Talladega Superspeedway. You need to call 877-GO-TO-DEGA or visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Don't forget that Chase Rice concert, Bailey Zimmerman opening right there in the infield. Tickets, your Sunday ticket gets you in. 7:30 start time for that. Get tickets now. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Sunday, it's the 2022 Yellowwood 500 Critical Race. You can see it at the Talladega Superspeedway. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
We're about to do our Monday headlines today as if the game's already been played. Rockstar, we'll go in this order. We'll go me, LT, Brown, and then you, if that helps you out a little bit. Interesting for Florida State, Mike Norvell, if he wins this weekend, first time since he was 0-0, 0-0, to be back to 500.
Wow.
That's the hole he's digging out of.
Yeah, I mean, and he started this season definitely on the hot seat. No doubt about it, on the hot seat. You win Saturday, and I don't think there'll be a whole lot of – I think he's done well so far, but win Saturday, there won't be a whole lot of talk about
Look,
that.
I like this Florida State team, and much like, we talk about the win over LSU. LSU's getting better each and every week. Watching Florida State, they escaped Louisville, but they've been dominant since then. And this is the first time they've been 4-0, and I can't even remember.
Well, they had not been 3-0 since, 2015, I think.
Well, it's first time in history that a team has started 4-0 after starting 0-4 the year before.
How about that turnaround?
That doesn't happen very often, right? Will Shipley could be a difference maker for Clemson in their home game against NC State. He's been a powerful running back, 7 touchdowns this year, 6.8 yards a carry. He's a guy that gets tough yards for them. He's really good on the yak yards.
Well, ETN going to Jacksonville last year, that was really, a lot of people believe, the offensive line wasn't good and DJ didn't play well, but a lot of that was they didn't really establish Will Shipley last year. They are this year. That's why they've got more balance. DJ's playing a lot better.
Baumhauer Spotlight every day on the show. On Fridays, it's our projection on who wins games by sort of predicting the Monday headlines before the game's even played. Hit it, Rockstar.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
And it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer.
Yeah, Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop into one of those great locations. Go online to nextroundlive.com. We've got an awesome promotion going on with Iron Bowl tickets at the end of the year that you guys can participate in.
We'll use mine first. I'm going to do the Alabama-Arkansas game. This is going to be in the Tuscaloosa News.
Oh, really? Mine is too, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a special edition.
Extra.
Yeah. My name is Earl, JoJo Kid in a candy store. JoJo Earl returns, has a big game. My name is Earl, JoJo, the musical artist, big hit kid in a candy store.
I get it.
My name is Earl, JoJo Kid in a candy store.
Very musical. I did a musical theme too, Jim, also on the Alabama-Arkansas game.
Let's do Lance's next.
I know. I was just telling you.
We go to the ACC, Clemson hosting NC State. I'm really hoping this works out for NC State. Bad DJ leads to Clemson blowing one on Howard's Rock.
Oh, no, Lance. That would be terrible if that happened. A bad DJ.
Yeah.
That would be a tough loss.
Nobody likes a bad DJ.
Yeah, wrong tunes, stuff like that. I like it that it's the Clemson Observer.
You like that?
The Clemson Observer.
What's silly rock?
It's a Clemson Observer. I've heard it's
Is
smaller.
that a real picture of the Rock?
Yeah, I've heard it's smaller than you would think.
I mean, Dabo can almost palm it before he takes off on his run every day. God, I hope he trips tomorrow.
You want him to trip on national TV running down the hill?
That would be a bad precursor for Clemson.
You think so?
Yeah. He's got grass stains on his knees.
Hill might be slick. A lot of rain there right now from that hurricane.
Should be rain during the game. All right, let's do Brownie's headline. Monday's headlines today is the Baumhauer Spotlight. Brownie, what newspaper are you in?
We're in the Tuscaloosa News. Hogs are homies lined in chalk. Crimson Tide has fantastic voyage to Fayetteville.
Oh, Coolio shout out.
Yeah, pour one out for Coolio.
Yeah.
Also notice other parts of the paper, Walt Maddox wants people to come see our show at Innisfree. And we're also going to be there Bud Light game night there in the Tuscaloosa News.
We're going to be living it up.
Yeah, we have a lot of dates in Tuscaloosa next week.
Hogs
Thursday
are
night.
homies lined in chalk. Crimson Tide has fantastic voyage to
Give me a little
Fayetteville.
credit. I went Coolio. It was quick for me.
That was quick for you, Jim.
I actually got it right. I didn't.
He did
name the
die
wrong
this
artist.
week.
He did.
That's a pretty famous lyric, homies lined in chalk, but
yeah, but I usually
but
don't get them
for you,
right.
Jim, that was fantastic. Yes.
Rockstar gives us the last headline, as if the game's already been played. Brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Rocky, what do you have for us, man?
Dykes exposed to General Booty. I had to look at it. There is a quarterback named General
I don't
Booty.
think he plays a whole lot, Rockstar.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be exposed.
Look at that cowboy he had. Is it gold?
That's General Booty to you, my friend.
Hey, and Sonny's telling you it's this big.
And then you got the original Horned Frog mascot accused of lily pad timeshare
Oh,
scam. Yeah, that's a huge
you
story.
can call that one guy to get you out of it, though. He's a pro.
That's Godzilla.
And
That's not a horned
what's happening
frog.
in the picture down below
That's
there?
the original mascot.
Yeah.
That's the original Horned Frog.
The one lady in the back showing that he's got a tail, I assume?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
That was Japanese women. I would be almost 100% that was on a Godzilla set.
Dykes.
That is the Monday headlines today, as if the games have already been
I got
played.
an extra one.
Oh, a bonus one.
Extra. Read all
Extra.
about it. Yeah.
280 proves too much as Nigel takes it in the rear.
I got hit on 280 yesterday. Let's all laugh about that because it is such a pain to get stuff fixed right now. I wasn't even at the red light. I'm just sitting on 280 because the car wouldn't go through the median because it was crowded in front. The car was making the right call. I'm just sitting still. No, what?
That he would make fun of you having a car
I
accident.
know. I'm just sitting still, minding my own business. And this dude just
I was
hammered
making fun of the car name.
Oh, okay, Nigel.
Yeah.
I mean,
we got 3 guys in studio. You guys name your cars?
Oh, I love this. This
Yeah.
is this is backfired on Lance twice now. You don't name your card. Oh,
We have yet to find a person who doesn't name their card.
We don't.
Backfired. This is so backfired on Lance twice now. Blown right up in his hands.
Okay. Yeah.
You name your card. You?
Yeah. For a long time. Yep. All right. You've already done the other. No, I haven't done. Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Baumhauer's. Bob Baumhauer again celebrating 40 years. 14 restaurants get in for lunch or dinner. And don't forget, recession concessions. Baumhauer saving you a few bucks with that great menu, including a $6.99 classic tailgate burger.
Final thought on the big weekend when we come back. Final segment of the week. Don't forget our live Saturday show tomorrow morning, 9 to 10 on our video platforms. And then sometime, set your alert after the games. We'll hit you up on Saturday night to wrap up the big day's action all weekend long with the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Final segment of the show today brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Fall temperatures hit us a little bit this week. Eventually those leaves are going to give up and fall off those trees into our gutters.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to do is get on the roof. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Right now, 45% off for the Next Round viewer or listener. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com or call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Mike McDaniel, head coach of Miami, having a news conference right now after the injury to Tua Tagovailoa last evening. Brown, what is he saying about Tua's situation?
Saying he's finishing an MRI now. He had CT scans and x-rays last night that on the plane back, he was his normal self, his normal personality, did complain of a headache and still has some today. In addition to that, USA Today has interviewed the NFL Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Alan Sills. He says not only did he go through the concussion protocol that you have to at the game and was cleared, that he was tested every single day of the week leading up to this game and was cleared every single day. So he's been checked for concussions not only at the stadium against the Bills, but every subsequent day leading up to last night's game.
And that's why we pointed out at the beginning of the show, most people don't realize that it's not the Miami team doctors that make the decision. There are NFL neutral doctors at every game that decide when players can go back into the game if they clear concussion protocol or they don't. So they're the ones that put him back in the game against the Bills. And then last night when they were also helping him get to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. So hopefully more continued good news there for Tua Tagovailoa. Buffalo Wild Wings brings us the pick 3 every week. You can play that nextroundlive.com. About 234 of you have had perfect scores through the first 4 weeks. See who can go 3-0 again this week. We've got our picks, and here's a look at the standings right now in our B-dubs right now. LT's on top.
Oh, man.
8-4.
It's like a tie to me.
With the ball in the bucket, though. You've yet to go 3-0. Brown's very consistent, 2-1 every week. 8-4. Speaking of consistency, I'm consistently 1-2 every week, 4-8 on the year. So I got 3 winners, most likely just 1 winner here, the way my stats go. I'll start us off. I like Kentucky on the road in Oxford, plus the 6.5. Chris Rodriguez coming back helps them. Ole Miss, good running game, but that's right into Kentucky's defense. I like Georgia Southern to handle Coastal Carolina. I think that'll be Coastal's first loss, right?
Yes, they're 4-0.
Yeah, I think they win it outright. Brown picked that earlier this week. And I'm going to keep riding with Bo Nix. 5 touchdowns against BYU, then 428 on the road at Washington State. Stanford coming 2 odds into play. I'll take Oregon and give 17.5 against Stanford.
That's a large number.
Those are my 3.
Now I'm going to go with Hell Dear Old State, Mississippi State minus the 4 as the Bulldogs play Texas A&M. I think they're just the better team. I, too, am on Georgia Southern. I just saw it at 9.5. I'll take 10. And Illinois plus the 7 against a struggling Wisconsin team. Give me Brett Bielema and Illinois turning up the heat a little bit on Paul Chryst. He's starting to get some heat on him.
Yeah,
Wisconsin.
and I think it's not deserved.
I don't either, but you lose a game like this.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough game.
They're not used to losing 2 or 3
games a year. They're 2-2 right now.
I'm going to take Florida State against Wake. I don't know what the number is. I think it's 6.5 right now.
I'm on the other side of that one, Lance. I'm upset alert.
That's fine.
It's been
I've got
undefeated.
Iowa State as a road favorite over 4-0 Kansas. Kansas has been a great story, but I like Iowa State. And I like Virginia. Brennan Armstrong breakout game against Duke this weekend.
Virginia.
Yeah.
Look at Lance going against the 2 great stories, Kansas and Duke, going against both of them now.
Yeah.
Hate it.
Virginia been under the radar a little bit there this year.
They haven't played well. The offense, I don't know why. Tony Elliott takes over and the offense goes the wrong direction.
I wonder if Jeff Scott gets fired at USF if he goes back to Clemson. Do you ever go back in that situation?
I don't know. Might be tough.
Well, I mean, Clemson's offense just had their best outing in quite a while. If they keep that up, there won't be a spot.
Brandon Streeter doing a great job as the new OC up there. There you go. That's our show on this Friday. We are going to enjoy the games tomorrow. Don't forget, join us at 9 a.m. and right in the middle of game day. You catch 1 hour of game day. You come with us in the middle, and then the final hour of game day, and then you're ready to play. Perfect to listen to or watch us on your way down to your tailgates if you're at Jordan-Hare or if you're going somewhere for a big football party this weekend. We're back with you here with our live show, 9 a.m. Central on Monday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.